Before we get started, a big thank you to all of my supporters over on Patreon and on Twitch, with the Patreon people coming up on screen now. A big thank you to my legendary supporters, Mike, Kira, and Obi-Wan Kanzi. Thank you guys. I really very much appreciate it. If you would like to help support me and the channel, then you can head over to twitch.tv/mandatoryquest and drop a sub over there. Or you can go over to patreon.com/mandatoryquest and become a Patreon member for some early access to some videos and some behind the scenes stuff. Okay then, so today we have a very special Frosthaven stream, an episode where we are retiring both of our characters. But before we do that, we did complete the last scenario. Now we are moving back to Frosthaven, so we do need to perform a outpost phase, or the parts of an outpost phase that we can. I think, like, technically probably I haven't quite done the build not destroy here for the trapper to be able to retire them, but for me it was like, now's a great opportunity to retire, you know, rather than maybe doing one more scenario then retiring. It makes a lot of sense. We've just sort of finished a like a story arc. We actually unlocked the Prism as part of that story arc, so it kind of makes a lot of sense now to be like, this is a great opportunity to retire my characters so that we can kind of continue on, and of course I can hopefully play more classes in the future, so always a good idea. So the first thing we need to do is we need to do the passage of time. Where's my pencil gone? There it is. Did I get a guard perk? I got a check mark. I don't think I've got a guard perk recently. So 44.4 is going to be the section. I did 2 challenges, and I guess, yeah, I think I have updated that on my campaign sheet. Yeah, and I think I did one of the perks. Yeah, technically it's this, right? I've done 2. Definitely sure I've done that. That's easy way to check. Actually, yeah, there's no easy way to check because they don't do necessarily the starters. I'm pretty sure I've done it, chat. I need to read the section. I'm pretty sure I've done it. Because we got what we did it, like, not the previous scenario, because we didn't do a challenge. Before that, we did a challenge, which gave us the extra one. So it was like 3 scenarios ago. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I can look back if there is a case for it, but I think I've done it, or at least enough. I forgot to mark it. I may have forgotten to mark it. But I have done it, I'm pretty sure. And I think I probably did just do the same one again, because it just seems like the reasonable one to go for. Yeah, so I probably just did that. So I should have 1, 2. $194.3 is probably what we did. Maybe not. It's a standard modifier deck, right? Six, 4, 6. Maybe I haven't done it then. I thought I did. I swear I thought I did. I don't know where this plus 30's come from. Must have been from an event or something. I don't know where the plus 30 came from. This one, I know where this came from. We just got it. This 4 minus 10, so I think like I either didn't do that one or I've done something different. I don't think so. Maybe I didn't do it then. Alright, well, we can do that anyway. I kind of wish they'd just put a symbol on all of the ones that were new, but I guess it doesn't really matter. It's quite easy to tell the difference and figure it out. Okay, all right. Anyway, that's sorted now, so we need to just do that bit of text. I think we just unlock a scenario, so I just briefly looked at it. Didn't seem like too big a deal. Let's just quickly pull it up, but I think it's just a, I think it's just an unlocker scenario. Yeah, it is. One, 9, 4.
The crater is a burned-out pit where the old tavern used to stand. The building and its proprietor met their ends in the attack that happened when your band of mercenaries first arrived in Frosthaven, and despite the resources now being available to rebuild, no one seems to be in much of a hurry. A few tarps have been strung up between the remaining studs of the building, and the environment has shifted from an actual business into a gathering spot for the populace. Extra furniture, mismatched glassware, and an expectation you bring enough drink to share has made it into a friendly place to unwind, for as long as you can stand the wind and cold. Tonight's visit has a few people swapping stories around a metal drum full of coal, a quattrel unhitching barrels of thick brown liquid off a donkey, and an old man wrapped tightly in a dirty cloak, scribbling furiously in a journal. As you walk by, he flips it quickly shut.
Trade a drink or a legend?
He taps 2 withered fingers on the table, encouraging you to join him. Intriguing enough. You pass your canteen over to him, and he takes a long pull.
The name's Mulbrin, but the story is about a group of explorers, not unlike yourselves. Found an idol stronger than they were, something dark and powerful.
A wind whips through the crater, and he pulls his cloak up to protect his neck.
Started talking to them, telling them to go up to the Imperial Mountains, that it would grant them their dreams and then some. Never made it, as best as I can tell.
He pauses, getting a far-off look in his eye.
But I miss them. Well, maybe it's the drink. Or maybe it's the cold, but it's...
Maybe it's the drink.
It's about time someone finished what they started.
He tears a page out of his journal and pushes it across the table, dropping your canteen on top of it as a paperweight.
That's a map. Follow it or not. But I'm done mourning.
Oh. Alright, unlock Temple of Feline Power 132. Alright, nice. We'll stick that in when we get to the later part. So we need to do section book 44.4 for our calendar event.
I really enjoyed the ending, Miss Etika. A great twist.
A fresh-faced soldier is finishing up a conversation with the Valrath librarian as you enter. Etika gives a smile from behind her desk as she checks in the book. 2 more dock workers wait in line for recommendations on additional literature from the young librarian. They're clearly tripping over themselves for a chance to talk to her. She spots you and politely shoos them out the door, finally settling to a seat on the edge of her desk.
Whew, I expected running a library to be more like Master Scrims. He had so much more uninterrupted time than I seem to have. In any case, do you have what I hope you have?
She purses her lips in anticipation, and when you pull the citrine-studded hide tome you found from your satchel, she rushes over to snatch it from your hands, looking over it with wide eyes.
The Tome of the Elements! It's true.
She pushes up her red-rimmed glasses and collects herself.
Now, this is supposed to be the most volatile of the tomes. Let's see if I can deactivate it.
She traces a sigil in arcane white light on the cover before bracing herself and gingerly cracking it open. No sparks, no explosions.
There we go.
The pages splay out, and Etika hums a happy tune as she looks through the tome, punctuated with little and lots of nodding. After a moment, she sets the book down, looking up at you with a wide smile.
They're actually in here, and I have heard very few accounts of these spells being painful.
She lays out the materials on the desk beside her.
So, which will it be?
Oh, so do we offer to test the fire spell or the cold spell? Poll is up, chat. Option A is to offer to test the fire spell. Option B is to offer to test the cold spell. Which would you like to do? That scenario was designed by a YouTuber. Oh, the Feline Power one? Which YouTuber? Fire spell in a library. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Sticker drips? All right. Yeah, I've watched some of his stuff before. He does quite a lot of Kickstarter previews and things, I think. That's where I think I've seen him the most. Oh, 50-50. Come on, guys. 50-50. Fire or cold? Fire or cold? Well, I mean, I guess we're playing Frosthaven, right? So thematically, you know, we got to go with the cold. Warmth is at a premium here. Oh, because of the other way around. Yeah, I suppose if you think about it that way. Let's roll for it. Odds, option A. Evens, option B. 10. So, option B. Testing the cold spell.
Edeka the librarian runs her finger down the page of the Tome of the Elements. She half whispers something arcane, then scoops a fistful of ice out of a bowl, tracing a sigil with the melted water on your foreheads. She shivers, rubbing her hands up and down her arms.
You feel that?
Did you feel that? Oh, no, actually, we had to properly read that. 163.1. Something actually, we get something here. I want to check it in the book compared to the foreteller, because sometimes it might be wrong. Okay, during the next scenario, the ice element token does not move from the waning column to the inert column at the end of the round. Ooh. But hang on a minute. It has to be set strong first though, right? During the next scenario, the ice element token does not move from the waning column to the inert column. So someone's going to have to make it first and foremost. Then gain Tome of Elements 216. Do not resolve an Outpost event this week. What? Less admin? Oh my word. No way. That's a big win, chat. That's a big win. We don't have to do any admin. That is not 216. That is 216. Tome of Elements. During your turn, infuse all of the elements. Elements do not move from strong to waning at the end of this round. Oh, wow. What a cool item. What a super cool item. That's really, really cool. So basically elements can stick around for an extra round. That's super cool. I'm guessing we would have got that item regardless of what happened, but maybe it would have been fire, would have been strong next round, you know, next scenario. That's really cool. I will say that I was getting a little bit worried about the item design in Frosthaven a little bit because like we seem to be just getting kind of like worse versions of items that we've already seen, or like sort of functionally slightly different than items that we've already seen in Gloomhaven because they're rebalancing the items. But now we've kind of gotten to some of the more kind of mid to higher end items as our scenarios progress. Some of these items have been great, like really interesting items. That's very cool. So I guess, I mean, it doesn't really matter who gets it though, unfortunately, right? Do we actually gain it? Yeah, we gain it. I guess it doesn't really matter because they're selling it anyway. All this gold is going to be kind of wasted, really. But that might be an item that we would consider using for one of our characters, right? It's great for Astral. Great for Astral. Shame we're not playing Astral. It's a character that we will probably end up visiting, though, I think. Most likely. We will probably end up visiting again. Yeah, I mean, Prism is now far and away the favourite. People have moved their votes from Snowflake and Astral onto Prism by the looks of things to make sure that Prism wins. Why is there a 20 printed on the side of the book? Oh. Ooh. Hey, I didn't even notice that. Well, it's like a 2 and then... Oh, I bet you... Is it something to do with the puzzle book, maybe? It's like a 2 and then half of something else. It's a 2 and then like it doesn't quite give you the other. Like it could be 20. It could also be like 26. It's probably something to do with the puzzle book, right? Quick, everyone change your votes to Astral. Cool. Well, that was good. Now we don't actually have to do anything more in terms of events. So that's really good. That gives us the opportunity here to just... wow, jump straight into the next bit, which is great. So let's go to our building. Let's get the building upkeep. We're just going to be spending all of our gold here. So we're going to get, so that's 4, 8, 12. Then gain a herb from our planted plot. I don't actually know what we've got planted at the moment. Axe nuts. So that's going to be 6, 6, 13, 15. We just may as well put as much resources as we can in. So that's going to cost us 4, 8, 12 gold. I don't think I've updated, I don't think I've updated at this end, have I? So that's going to go down by 12. 38. Okay. Just quickly update my spreadsheet just to make sure that I'm kind of the same on both, just so that we're clear on what we have on everything. Yeah, that's all good. Doesn't matter about the perks. Okay, great. Did that item up there come from the orphan scenario? Yeah, the keycard did, yes. It did. Okay, great. So we've done that. That's all good. Then we need to flip this card round. No point in doing this. I kind of wish that the temple still gave you some extra bonus apart from the blesses. Like, it just feels... Maybe there's a personal quest or something that's related to it, but... And we've already got max soldiers, so we're all good. Right, so that's building phase. So now we are into downtime, okay? So we can retire the trapper. That's all done. We don't have to worry about that anymore. I just realized I actually do need their boards, don't I? To work out what I need to shuffle in, right? I actually do need their boards still. I banished them. It's pinned, Mad Mage. If you go to the general chat, it's pinned. So if you click on like the pinned messages, you'll see it. Okay, so I think we've got most of this. So let's just sort. That's done now. That can go away. So let's just sort for the Deep Wraith here what we've got in each slot. Just so that we know what we have to buy, because we should do this sort of reasonably. So we need to buy a... Is it 3 of each? Yeah. So we need to buy 1 boot, 1 chest, and 1 head. And we'll just do it in the most sort of, I guess, efficient way possible. So chest would probably be the crude hide armor, I would guess. Yeah, I got so much hide. Yeah, I got so much hide. Let's just use hide. Crude helm, the metal. And then crude boots. So that would be 4 hide, 1 metal. I think I've got that right. So 4 hide, 1 metal. Done. Okay, so that's retirement achieved. Now we sell everything back, but I mean we just get gold. There's nothing I can really do with gold, so I guess it all just kind of goes back. Right? Because there's nothing else I can really do with it. You both unlocked Deep Wraith and Trapper this last week. You're so excited to play Trapper. Awesome, Justin. I love the Trapper. Yeah, maybe Pelican, that's fair, but what I'm saying is that, like, as somebody who, like, you're inherently just paying gold to make the game easier. At least in Gloomhaven, donating to the temple had a benefit outside of just making the game a little bit easier for you. Like, I don't personally, yes, you do have lots of gold. It's not like I don't have the gold to do it. That's not my point. My point isn't like, oh, it's fine. It's just another gold sink that doesn't really do anything. It just doesn't like progress the game, and that's noticeable when in previous games it did progress in some way. Now obviously for some they don't want to do it because there's lots of other ways that prosperity increases in Frosthaven, lots of other things that happen. I understand why it doesn't exist, but maybe there should have been something else added, or it should have been changed instead of it just be like, oh, we'll just make the temple and we'll just do this. Like, to me it just feels like a useless building. Like, it just feels like a useless building for somebody who doesn't really need to or care to put blessings in their deck every single scenario. To steal my potions? Yeah, we're definitely doing that. But we got to work out, I guess, where everything's got to go. But I guess items, it doesn't matter, right? Because we're only going to get gold back and there's nothing we can do with gold. Obviously, that's got to go back there. This has all got to go back to the shop. Potion. That's got to go to the shop. 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 So I guess we will distill these two down. So what do we need? We need... Right now, we need... Could go for a corpse cap. And a snow thistle, to be honest. Both I need. And a flame fruit. So we'll go flame fruit. Corpse cap. When we distill, we only get one, right? Even though it's a threer? I believe so. I'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure we still only get one, even though it's a threer. Where's the rulebook gone? Gosh darn it. There it is. You say yes, dwarf? That's good enough for me. Okay, so they're going to go back. I've added those. They're going to go back. I've added those herbs back into the deck. These things also go into the available items deck. I really need to clean that up because it's like a stack of items right now. Like it's in no order. One thing that I did in my previous one, in my Gloomhaven, maybe I should just do it now and just remove the Gloomhaven items. Maybe we can do that today if we have time. See, this is what I did with my Gloomhaven items. Some spoilers for Gloomhaven coming up, by the way. A few minor item spoilers if you were worried. But this is what I did. Like, to make the shop. I could probably just take all my Gloomhaven ones out. I'm never going to use this again for Gloomhaven, most likely. But there's way more items in Frosthaven, though, so there won't be enough. I need to buy more pockets. But it might be okay for the time being, for at least what's available, you know? Stop trying to, like, change the votes, all right? I'm on to you guys. Right, they're all going back then. These are all going back into the purchasable items. Purchasable items. Okay, so now Trapper, we need to get rid of their items. So purchasable, 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 purchasable. I really need to find the item shop because I got so many cool things. So now we can get that. We can get Snow Thistle, which is something that I was missing. We can get Snow Thistle. Now I've got one of every type. And what would be quite a good potion to get?
Mandate Crete.
Infusion potion could be quite good. Healing potion, also not bad. I guess being able to maybe make a couple of stamina potions would also be probably pretty decent at this point in time. I can't remember how many... Is this a 10 card class? 11 card class. So stamina potion, pretty good candidate. $10. Maybe one stamina potion. I'm kind of, do you know what though? I feel like I should probably be making the change now, you know? We've discussed this a little bit before about how, because stamina potion only gets you a level 1 back. How good is it really? I mean, it's good to tide you over as a starting kind of item, but these guys will be coming in at like, what, level 3 or something? Do I really need a stamina potion or can I just skirt over it? Maybe. I don't want to do an axe nut because I've kind of replanted the axe nuts. Because the axe nuts are just good. They get you so many good stuff. We could make... Muscle potion's not bad, huh? Like, well, yeah, but I guess it's either... Is that part of the healing potion? It is. Okay, I'll get a rock. Is it rock root? I'll get that's the rock root. Okay. Healing potion, always good. Is there a poll for the next classes? There is a poll. It is in the Discord. It's been up since, I think, Thursday last week. If you go to the Discord, !Discord to join if you're not already. If you go to the general chat, there is a pinned poll in there to vote. Okay, great. So these are going to go back again into the available crafting supply. These are going to go into the available purchasable supply. Nice. This has got to go back into the solo items. I don't think I used it at all. It's kind of like, I don't think I actually used it like once. This is a cool item though. I guess I just wasn't really playing for it. Right. So that's done. We sold all of the items, right? There's nothing more that we need to do for these characters. We are free to retire. So let me get rid of these parts. Astral was ahead for like 3 seconds. Now it's tied again. Like, you guys are just going to influence the votes. Look, I checked earlier and there was like 9 votes on Prism and 3 votes on Astral. I don't know who all you Astral enjoyers are who have suddenly taken over the Discord. I'm glad that I locked in Meteor as at least like this is the character that I'm playing 100% that I want to play. Transferred all their wood? No, we haven't done that yet. That's a good call. So before we do that, we should just do that. They've got quite a lot. Actually, a huge amount. I could probably use this as a good starting point to start using this as my Frosthaven supply, actually, a little bit more. So if we go move to Frosthaven supply. Then I can update it with my spreadsheet. Random item? Eh? Oh, that's the key card, right? So now if I go to... How do I see the Frosthaven supply? Party sheet, maybe? Aha! Oh, it is kind of keeping up, but not really. That's not right. I should probably use this more. I can just mark off a bunch of these. And we've done this twice. And we are morale 20. And let me update this with this. So we are 6 plus 8, so we are 14. We are 12 plus 6, so we are 18. And we are 4 plus 15, so we are 19. Our total defense is 15. Our inspiration is currently 26. So we're actually only going to get to do 1 extra retirement here. And in terms of all of this, we have one of everything apart from rock root. We have 2 rock root. Okay. With max morale, I could build twice. I could build twice, yeah. But I'm probably going to use all of this stuff to craft a bunch of items, though, right? From these new characters. I mean, I don't know, but that would be like what I'm assuming I will probably end up doing. Right, where does it think I am? Oh, actually, I'm not there yet. Hang on, what? Yeah, I'm 4 away from the end. Did I do 183.3 last time? I must have done. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Okay. It's actually pretty neat. Probably could have used it, but I mean, the aspect ratio is not very good for the phone, right? Did you somehow miss me reaching max morale? Yeah, it was a couple of missions ago. We got the statue. Whoa. That reminds me to... Did not put that on. What's that do? Absolutely nothing, unfortunately. The statue, I think we did get something for building it, but I don't know. I took that as kind of also kind of doing this, right? Extra prosperity. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was maybe like 2 extra prosperity. It was quite underwhelming. It's not a building that actually like goes into your deck. But you know, it's quite cool. Okay, so right, we've done all of that now. That's all good. We know exactly how much we've got. So I guess we do the the personal quests. So let's go for open envelope 85. I better get the stack of envelopes out. All right, envelope 85. Goodbye, Trapper. You were MVP in many scenarios, Little King of the Forest. Trapper is great. I don't get why, you know, people are not enjoying the character. I think the character's great fun to play. Week 85, Carpenter. Apply rule sticker 14. Whoa. Ooh. So what are we getting here? Push you off to one side for a second. And you. So we get a new personal quest, Return to Simplicity. Kill 15 ruin machines. Uh-oh, I don't think that's gonna happen. We get the Carpenter building. Interesting. So the Carpenter says, reduce all construction costs by 1 material resource. And the level 2 is reduce all construction costs by 1 material resource and the extra construction cost by 1 morale. Oh, so we can double construct without having the morale penalty. That's okay, I guess. If you like, I guess this is the kind we've probably unlocked this building a little bit late than what you would maybe ideally want to. It definitely feels like a building that you want early on, right? Because now, I mean, I'm gonna still have stuff to construct, but it's probably not gonna give you that big saving. And I guess that kind of makes sense because Trapper was one where you could get it quite early on. I guess you could also have this one quite early on, just to the order it went. Carpenter was your first unlock. That kind of, yeah, I feel like it's a pretty good one to get as your first one, right? It kind of just keeps you going. Over the course of like constructing, I guess does it also count upgrading? I presume it does. Let me go get the sticker. Rule sticker 14. I presume it also counts upgrading. Hang on, what? Is that wrong? Rule sticker 14 is to do with enhancements. Is that wrong? That's a misprint. That should be rule sticker 15. Yeah. Okay. That's like one of those minor rules erratas that you know immediately that it is wrong, right? Immediately it's obviously wrong. Page 68. All right, and you go, Carpenter. So once the Carpenter has been built, the cost to build, upgrade, or rebuild any building is reduced by any one material resource. Once the Carpenter has been upgraded to level 2, the party only loses 1 morale, not 2, if they wish to build or upgrade a second building during the construction step. Oh, is it 2 morale, not 1? Okay. I think I've only ever done it once, to be honest. I couldn't remember. I think I did it like literally my first Outpost phase as well, I think, just to get 2 things built. Cool. Yeah, it feels like one that maybe would have been better if I'd got it earlier, but I'm sure it'll still have some value. We've still got plenty of things to build and upgrade. It'll still happen. So we'll need to actually build it first as well, of course. So we don't have it built, so we'll need to put this little sticker on the board before we do anything there as well. Okay, so we also need to do 56.5 in the section book. Level 2 is unnecessary. Yeah, it feels it. I would say, like, for me, the economy of the building hasn't been so tight that I've ever felt like I really need a benefit like that, though. You know? Like, it's nice, but I haven't personally felt the pinch where I've been like, oh, if only I had that. You know, like, the amount of resources that I'm going to spend on building it, right, to then get the discount back, because it costs 4 wood, 3 metal, 2 hide, and 10 gold to just build it, right? I'm not getting that back from this, but I appreciate you want to build them because, of course, it's giving you a section book link and prosperity, so you do still want to build it for other reasons. But in terms of like a pure like value basis, it's not paying for itself. It was made for normal human loot. You mean not everybody is a loot goblin? I don't believe you. 56.5.
Listen, this has been great, but I still just can't get used to all this.
The trapper gestures to the bustling outpost sheepishly.
I'm happy the hunting lodge convinced me to help out around here, but I just need some time to myself. Time to just be myself out in the wilderness, not worrying about who's going to spit on me or kick me as I walk by.
You frown and express remorse that such terrible things still happen to someone who has done so much good for the outpost.
Ha! Well, they're sorry too when they get a foot full of bear trap.
The trapper grumbles.
But it's not about that. I just long for the open skies and simple life the wild provides. Don't worry though, I'll still be back occasionally to trade with the hunting lodge. Huh?
With that,
Why is
the
he
trapper
French?
packs up their sled of contraptions.
I don't think he was
and
French.
marches off
Is he? Have we ever heard him
to
speak
tundra.
before? Why is he French? I didn't. I'm a bit confused. I have many questions. One, why is he French? And two, apparently racism is still alive and well in Frosthaven. Vermelings, some things never change. Okay, add 169.1 to the calendar in 6 weeks. Whoa, 6 weeks. That is ages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But rat character equals French. Is he Ratatouille? But I don't think. I mean, does he speak in Ratatouille? I don't think Remy speaks. Does he, or does he not? I guess he probably does. I can't really remember that film very well. I can remember moments of that film, but I can't really remember it. In Frosthaven, the rat people learn how to live in harmony with people. Ah, I see. Okay, well, that is that. Goodbye, Trapper. We knew you well. Great character. My favorite character that I've played so far in Frosthaven, I will say. Goodbye, Trapper. We know you well. Good job. GG's, well played. Do. All right, Deep Wraith, next up. I'll put all this stuff to the side. So this has got to go into the deck. This could be a good one to draw, actually, off of our inspiration. We'll do inspiration off the Deep Wraith's retirement. Okay, open number 37. Ooh, oh, yes. Okay. This could be big. This could be huge. Trading post. This better be what I think it is. Oh, yeah. It is. Oh, man, we can't use... I guess we can use it kind of straight away. So a trading post. A new personal quest. End the trickery, kill 15 imps. Uh-oh. Not this one again. Not like find the cure. Hey, this is cool. And the trading post looks good. So level 1 trading post is that in downtime, we can buy up to 1 item. Level 2 is buy up to 2 items. 3, buy up to 3. Level 4, buy up to 4. Is that collective? I wonder. Let's have a look. Rule sticker 10 and 12. That's huge. Because, like, one thing that I didn't get... one thing that was, like, been really annoying is we have got quite a lot of really cool items, but they've all been gold items. So they kind of go away with your party, right? Now we can get those items back. Is this a misprint again as well? Is it supposed to be 11 and something? Is it supposed to be 11 and 13 instead of 10 and 12? 11 and 13, thanks. All are wrong. Oh, that's good. Well, that's reassuring. At least it's consistent. Okay, page 62. I can appreciate the consistency. Oh no, will I get this to match up? Probably not. Not when my finger is covering the most important bit. Oh, good stick, please. Good stick. Oh, God. Oh, it's wrong. It's wonky. Oh, well. It's happened now. It's happened. Page 67. Do. Just put the rulebook stickers in it anyway. Not all like it gets read any. I'll take that as a personal affront. We read the rulebook occasionally when it benefits us. Okay, items can be purchased by interacting with the trading store building. Characters purchase an item by spending gold from the person's supply equal to the item's gold cost. The purchasing character gains 1 copy of the purchased item. Any item in the available purchase supply can be purchased. However, during each outpost phase, collectively, the party can only purchase a number of items equal to the trading store level. Okay, so it's 1 per party wide. Items purchased with starting gold upon the creation of new characters do not count towards this limit. Cool. All right, that makes sense. So we can collectively buy 1. Easy. Am I going to build that one right away? Most likely, because it's a very, very good building. I guess it depends. I mean, when we create our characters, we'll kind of think about it too, right? Because we're gonna create our characters now, and if we're like, oh wow, that item would be super good, then yes, absolutely. Okay. All right. 2 more envelopes down. So what we'll do now as well, we'll spend, what is it, 15 inspiration? To immediately do another retirement. But we'll do this as well, but we'll immediately draw and do another one. 99.3. This is worth building and upgrading, especially when not solo. Yeah, I can imagine that maybe when I get to like level 2 is where I max out, because then each character could buy 1 item each if I wanted to. That's probably where we're at, right? I can't foresee me ever wanting to buy more than 1 item per res. You're gonna want to like buy it, and then that's probably it. So 99.3. It also increases inventory. Oh, okay. So maybe there is more of a reason to do it then. Okay, fair enough. Okay, 99.3.
Your mind is filled with images and thoughts conveying strong remorse. In communicating with the Deep Wraith, you realize it is time for them to move on. They share with you a sense of longing or missing something that is out of reach. When you ask for clarification, they share with you the feeling of submerging yourself in the ice-cold waters of the biting sea. But instead of filling you with dread, being enveloped in the water brings a certain kind of warmth, as if returning home. And that's when you get it. The Deep Wraith, someone who normally lives on the bottom of the ocean, hunting in the dark, has just spent too much time on the surface in the sunlight. They desperately want to return to the deep dark of the sea. You express understanding, and they send back something else, some other longing. No, this is something they will miss when they leave. You, their friend.
Aww, sad crab. Poor sad crab. Add Summer Outpost Event 65 to the deck. That's what I'm doing now. What was the second build? The second building was the trading post. Vitamin D overdose kills us all from time to time. Hey, we're all gamers here, right? We know that. We know that feeling. Give me a dark room any day of the week. Get +6 prosperity for completing these PQs. Yep. We'll do that in a sec. That might trigger something. I don't know if it will actually. I don't think so, right? I don't think... Yeah, prosperity doesn't actually trigger anything in the section book. You now identify with Deep Wraith on a personal level. I guess he's achieved his goal then, right? His goal was just to get along with us all. So that we could all understand. They were just misunderstood. Oh, I just lost a couple of these. Where did they go? Oh. Whoops. Right, okay. So that is great. So then when we retire then we're gonna draw. So I'll shuffle into the... Gotta find the deck now of personal quests. Over here, I think. It's been a while since I've had to pull them out. Where are they? Ah. It's quite thin right now. Not many. Oh, actually, there's quite a lot. There is still quite a lot. So we'll flip 2 and choose 1 to immediately complete, right? Yeah, Justin, we're not, this is specifically just a retirement stream. There's no scenario today, I'm afraid. Like, this process takes such a long time that I'm like, yeah, it's gonna take me 3 hours just to create characters. So I quite like just taking a stream off from playing a scenario, just to like talk about characters, roll new characters. This kind of gives us a good opportunity to do that, rather than, you know, kind of trying to like speed through it because it's like the end of a stream and we're trying to do a scenario at the same time or something. Okay. So we have Quiet the Dead Places or Greed is Good. 81 or 37. So 81 is not been opened, and I don't think, has 37 been opened? 37 has been opened. So I guess it's 81 then. So Quiet the Dead Places. This one as well was gain Abyss Axe Blueprint and then use it to kill 10 frozen corpses, Ith Race, and or living demons. Living dooms, sorry. Yeah, we probably wouldn't want to do that one anyway. The greed one is just to have a bunch of gold, which is also fairly fine. Yeah, so I guess we'll do this one. What's the alternative on 37? 74. Which we do have. But in terms of like doable personal quests, this one, I hate personal quests like this. Because it's like, oh, you have to get an item, and you have to use it on a certain enemy who's in a certain scenario at a certain point. I do not care for them. Like, these are, in my opinion, some of the like most annoying personal quests to get. Do I have 74? No, I haven't opened 74 yet. So, like, for me, this one is the one that I'm like, it's also the thicker. It's thick. If I have 74, you want it. Yeah, but look, if I was to not know what was in this, like, I don't want you guys to, like, spoil things too much from me. Like, it's like, oh, you should do it because it's 74. Like, I would naturally, my inclination in this situation is always to go for the one that I will not ever do in my personal playthrough, and I will never get Quiet the Dead Places done. Like, it just will not happen. Like, so therefore I will pick that one as the autocomplete. Because, like, it's just not, like, yeah, this might have a really good reward in it, but ultimately, my choice would always be here. Which of these two quests can I, or will I probably not do in my playthrough? And Quiet the Dead Places, because it's so specific, I won't ever do. So it makes more sense for me to do this one and open this up. Whereas, you know, this one, I actually feel like this is probably pretty good. You know, maybe this is enhancements, maybe. Like, I could assume that this is probably something to do with enhancements because of the fact that it deals with gold. I would assume. But, like, having this amount of gold is something that I could probably do in a few scenarios, maybe. Like, this might be cool items. And yeah, that might be enhancements, but this one is just one that I just will never do. I also don't really care for enhancements right now, to be honest. Yes, there would be like maybe something good, but I've already said that I don't feel like enhancements are like a huge deal in Frosthaven. Like, the way that I'm seeing them, like, they've been nerfed anyway. There's some strong ones, but not as strong as before. and a lot of the time you're trying to just like spend your gold on other things. So there's a lot of competing things for your gold in this game, right? Now, especially because I got the trading post. I didn't have the trading post before, so at least I've got one way to spend my gold now, which is nice. Whereas before I didn't have any ways really, apart from the temple and building things, of course. All right, well, this gives me a couple of things. Okay. All of Revelry. I've written on here as well, reverse deck order. So I don't know what that's about, but I guess we're about to find out. Do not add personal quest 23 to the deck unless otherwise instructed. Okay. We have the Hall of Revelry. The new quest we have is Let Them Be. Some part of you can't understand why they're angry. They see Frosthaven as a threat. Yada, yada, yada. Complete 8 side scenarios. Okay. And then there's this. Something else in here? No. What if chat instructs me to add it? Oh, I guess I've been instructed. I mean, what is this? I mean, am I allowed to look at these? Isn't this supposed to be? It's supposed to be reversed, though, right? So this is supposed to be the first card, not the last card. Do not look at the trials. What? Oh, so when I build this is going to come into play or something? Okay. So maybe I should just leave this until I read 178.2 or something? Okay. We'll just leave it as it is then. Okay. Do I need to reverse this deck right now, though? Should I just do that so I don't forget to do it later? Right. So this is not supposed to be the top. This is supposed to be the bottom, right? Okay, I think I've done it. Reverse it now so that when I grab it, forgot that I reversed it and I reversed it again. Okay. Okay, funny guy. I think I might have accidentally shuffled in the ones that I've actually already done as well now. Whoops. Yeah, done that one. Done that one, I think. I think I accidentally put ones in that I've done because I put them near the other ones. That was dumb. I should have just Yeah, I've done that one because it's envelope 90's gone. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. $90.83. Is 83 there? No. Hang on, so how many should I have done? I've completed like... I've completed 7, right? 4, 5, 6... I've completed 7. Okay, so I have done that one as well then. I think. Okay. These are all new ones. Seven. Right, I'm gonna keep them away so that I don't accidentally put them in anywhere. To my little discard pile over there. So this one I need to just put, I mean, I guess I can just kind of keep it. I'll find a spot for it. I'll just keep it there for now. I'm sure I figured that one out. Okay. I'll just keep these together, I guess. Yeah, I think I got all of those ones. Again. Or maybe not that one. Did we not do, we did searching for the oak, for sure. Life lessons, searching from the oak, I've done that. And oh, and 2 others, yeah. Okay, I know what the other 2 are then. It's fine. I thought you listed all of them there. Yeah, I've got it. Cool, all right, sorted. Ooh. Okay, well, Deep Wraith, thank you for your service. Yeah, a character that I quite enjoyed. I felt like it took me a while to get going with it, but then I did kind of find some good cards to play, some nice cards to play. Probably didn't play it as, well, I know I didn't play it as good as it could be, or as intended as much, but I made it work in my party. It kind of did its thing. Had some very strong scenarios, for sure. Just didn't really kind of quite... didn't quite kind of get that like full experience, I think, that I would have got maybe if I was playing more players or could dedicate a little bit more time to the character. The poll has remained a tie between Astral and Prism for some time now. Well then. Better make up my minds pretty quick. Let's have a look at the poll. Jeez. If I don't play Snowflake now, when would you? That's a good point. That's a very good point. But it is not top. It's not even close. See, someone just changed their vote just to Astral, just to be like troll. All right, I'm seeing it. It's going up and down, up and down, up and down. Don't think I don't see what you guys are doing. I see what you're doing here. Well, all right. There's no clear winner here. I gotta end it at some point, I know. I wonder if there's a slash. What the frick is the poll ID? All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Closed. Wait, how is that going up and down? That shouldn't be allowed. You should just closed. It's locked. I guess you could take your vote away, but you can't add it, right, to something else. Twitch poll it is then. I guess it kind of is. Yeah. Jeez. All right, that's it. That's it. Polls up. You got 2 minutes. You vote Pyro. Pyro is the only guaranteed class. Pyro is guaranteed. Because I want to play it. Because it's basically like Cragheart's like cousin. So I want to play it. I appreciate that. I feel like Snowflake, it would have been a great time to play Snowflake, but... But it's kind of like, it's like the whole thing with Tinker. You should play Tinkerer because, you should play Tinkerer as your first character because every other character after Tinkerer will just objectively feel better. It's like, I feel like that's the vibe I'm getting with Snowflake. You should play Snowflake when the exact like character combination comes up, this character combination. It's like the kind of like the narrative that I'm starting to see. That's not the vibe. That's the vibe I'm getting. That's like the narrative I'm inferring here. It's like Yeah, you should do it because otherwise, like, you don't want to play Snowflake any other time. I'm hurting Dwarf. Dwarf is like, he's all daggers to his heart. I don't know. The character might be fun. Like, from what I've seen of it, it seems like fine, but it just didn't seem particularly exciting. That's all. Are you kidding me? Did you guys tie again? Oh no, Prism, clear winner. Clear winner with 53%. Clear winner. A clear winner there. Good. I don't have to actually change anything that I had set up. Okay, perfect. That's good. I'm happy about that. Right. Right, first things first, we should add our prosperity to make sure that we are doing everything correctly and in order. So let's add our 6 prosperity there. Is it 6 prosperity? Is it 2 prosperity for each retirement? It does not quite get us to level 5, unfortunately. Close, but no cigar. Yeah. If we had 4 more inspiration, we could have double retired and got there, but here's what it is. So we're very close. We're just 2 away from 5 now. It's a long old gap, isn't it, between 4 and 5? Massive gap between 4 and 5. Okay. So, creating a new character. Oh yeah, I need to make sure that I note who retired who as well. I don't think we did any masteries on any of these characters. Okay, so we got previously retired characters as well. It's important. Okay, let's start with Meteor, because this was the character that we were most excited to play, and I didn't really have too much of a look at it, either of these two really, when we first unlocked them. So this is the Pyroclast. Very cool. Savas go to extreme lengths to exert their power over the elements. Some cast themselves into active volcanoes, where they're either destroyed or become one of the raw power of the magma. Emerging as a Pyroclast, a living embodiment of the chaotic and destructive force of flowing lava. No one can question their power. So complexity, 3 out of 5. Elemental affinities, fire and earth. Melee, ranged, mobility. Support, very low. Defense, not so good. Control, very high. Lots of nice tokens there as well. Whoop. Bro, spoilers much? The heck? Okay, so let's have a look at the character. We got, so we start at level 2 because of our prosperity. We create hazardous terrain and obstacle tiles to damage and impede our enemies. When creating multiple overlay tiles, you are not required to create the maximum number indicated on the ability. Like any other class, the Pyro class cannot create obstacles in hexes that would block off parts of the map. Nice, so these are our little hazardous terrain tiles that we have. Very cool. Some tokens. There can never be more than 6 hexes of hazardous terrain you created on the map at any one time. If you would create a 7th, first remove any one existing hazardous terrain that you have created. Okay. Scenario level and hazardous terrain damage, of course. It's just I think that's just telling you, just so you know. Yeah. You have many abilities with mandatory persistent bonuses. Unlike other classes who can move cards with persistent bonuses to their discard pile or lost pile, if the action has a lost icon, whenever they want, you can only do so for cards with mandatory persistent bonuses at the start of your rests. Okay. All right. We'll look out for those. So do you get the benefit of hazardous terrain scaling? Yes. So let's take a look at the cards, shall we? So first up we have Cooling. Replace one hex hazardous terrain tile in an unoccupied hex within range 4 with one hex obstacle tile. All enemies adjacent to that tile suffer 2 damage. Create Earth, 1 XP. That seems like a pretty core mechanic. It's kind of ability that feels like it's probably a pretty core mechanic. 75 initiative, sort of late-ish. Heal 5 self. On your next 3 move abilities, add -1. Okay, so this is the mandatory thing that they were talking about, right? Because it's like a nerf to us. We couldn't be like, yeah, we just get rid of it. That makes sense. We have to keep it up there, and we have to basically have -1 move for 3 before it gets to go away. But this seems like a very good kind of hallmark type card. Certainly, it's the kind of thing that I think, yeah, this has like kind of cornerstone card written all over it, really. So hazardous terrain would go on top of the obstacle. You would swap the obstacle out, right? You swap the hazardous terrain into an obstacle. So thematically, Cooling, you know, we've created lava. So we create the lava, right? And then that lava then hardens and turns into stone, right? That's like thematically what it is. And then it becomes an obstacle. Like you could go over the lava, but then as it builds up and then it hardens or it cools, then it becomes stone, right? So you can't go over it. So like it's... Huh? In an unoccupied hex. Well, I mean, obviously you can replace a hazardous terrain tile, otherwise it's dumb. It doesn't do anything, right? Hey, Vandalay. I'm not quite sure what the question is. Yeah, occupied equals a figure in the hex. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the question was. You replace a hazardous terrain. Yeah, if an enemy was on top of that hazardous terrain tile, yes, you wouldn't be able to use it. You wouldn't be able to trigger it, right? But I guess in much the same way that the trapper played with traps, you know, hazardous terrain is a negative hex. So enemies will choose to avoid it as much as possible until they have to go through it, right? So I guess this should be fairly easy to manufacture, right? So yeah, the cooling to me, this seems like a very good, let's get the cards up here, shall we? Let's move this out here for a second. Let's start doing this. Cooling, I think that's pretty good. Eruption, create one hex obstacle in an empty hex within range 5. Create one hex hazardous terrain tiles in all occupied featureless hexes adjacent to the obstacle. The figures in those hexes suffer 4 damage. Wow. This creates fire and earth. It's 2 XP. It is a burn, but that could be insanely good for many reasons. For so many reasons. It is literally, you are creating a volcano. That is so cool. Like, so thematically cool. And it's actually insanely powerful. Because not only are you doing a bunch of damage, probably, right? Yeah, there is a little bit of like wishful thinking here where you're like, yeah, is there going to be a situation where the enemies are in like a perfect circle and you can plomp it right in the middle? Maybe not. I mean, maybe certain room setups there might be, like if you burst through a door and you can play this straight away before the enemies take their turn. Maybe, but I guess there is some level of, you know, how wishful thinking is this, you know, on how this can happen. But it could do a bunch of damage. If you, let's say you did like 2 figures here. Let's say you did 8 damage. That's probably pretty worth it. But you've also now put down so many hexes that will completely change the focus and the dynamics of the enemy movement for that entire room. Like you put an obstacle and you put like, you essentially could force enemies to have to walk through hazardous terrain in multiple places, potentially, especially in small rooms, which makes this this makes this an insanely good control and damage ability, in my opinion. It is bonkers good. Probably the best single burn I've seen, like from like the characters that I've played so far, in terms of like, here's a burn action to just do one thing really good. Like we've seen things that like over maybe the course of a scenario would add up in value, right? Or something like that. Or potentially could, like higher level cards you could combo off in certain ways. This you don't even need to really combo off. You just need to go bang, I'm entering a room and I'm doing this. Like it's such a simple, easy play, but hugely impactful potentially, and completely change an entire scenario. You only put the hazardous terrain in the occupied? Yeah. I guess so. Yeah, that's right. That's true. You only put the hazardous terrain in the occupied. Yeah, fair enough. I was thinking that it was like all of them adjacent, which is fair. So like it might not be like as strong, but still very strong, I think. You're not going to be able to put down like 8 tiles, but again, you can't put that many down anyway because of this. But it's still very, very good, right? Super good. The bottom of this card is attack 2, create fire on the bottom. Also just really good ability. As we know, bottom attacks, they're always going to be played. They're always going to be useful, just because you're going to be able to potentially double attack. Works really well with strengthen if you have any way of getting that. So creates the element as well that you might need. So yeah, eruption, top tier card. That's 100% a card that we're playing. I guess the 47 initiative is the only bad part of the card, because it's really like neither early or late. It's very no man's land initiative. Flowing fire, attack 2, and it is a nice straight line. Create a hazardous terrain in each empty red hex of the attack ability if you consume fire. Also pretty decent. Like this, like the attack 2 is a little bit low, and this putting a hazardous terrain tile potentially in somewhere that's not, you know, obviously it's not underneath the enemy, so, but you could in theory like attack something that's 2 hexes away. Kind of gives you a pseudo ranged attack without having range, right? I really liked Skewer on the Brute, and I think there's a few other characters that have this kind of attack pattern. because it allows you to get around Retaliate as a predominantly melee focused character, as well as potentially just attacking 3 things, right? 3 things for 2. It's 6 damage, absolutely. But I guess you'd have to be a little bit careful about what the crackback might be. But yeah, I mean, that's really good value. And this seems like this could be situationally very, very good too. And probably what you want to be doing, right? It's how you get the XP. So I think you probably always do this if you can. But would I play an attack 2 with this pattern? Absolutely. Because it plays around a lot of problems sometimes that melee characters have, and allows you to put hazardous terrain tiles down in previous rounds to give yourself a little bit of breathing room, and you can still attack. So I like it a lot. I think it's really good. You can't see the card that well? Oh, sorry. Hang on. Is it reset or something? Let me move this camera a little bit. I think it was tilted down. I must have knocked it a little bit. There you go. Let me just, give me 1 second to just change this. Probably about right. There you go. Okay. So yeah, I felt like this card seems really good. I think it's definitely playable. Bottom is 20 initiative. Is that okay? Yeah. 20 initiative. You've got to move 6. That's a big move. Now at the start of your next 2 turns, suffer 1 damage. Okay, so that's a downside. You're going to move 6, but you're going to take 2 points of damage for the privilege, essentially. Which, I mean, it's better than burning a card, right? Like, if a lot of other characters might have something like this, maybe it'd be like a 6 or an 8, and maybe there'd be something else tied to it, but you would burn the card for the ability. The fact that you could potentially reuse this, and maybe you only need to move like this much occasionally, I think it's pretty good. Like, damage as a downside can often be mitigated in different ways, so I think this is okay. Unless you long rest after, that is only 1. Yeah, something like that, right? There are plenty of ways to get you that 2 health back, so I wouldn't be too down on that downside. 20 initiative is our earliest initiative so far, and it's a pretty playable early initiative. Quenched Rage. So this is push 3. Double the damage inflicted by any hazardous terrain the target moved through. Then, regardless of your line of sight, replace those hazardous terrain tiles with obstacle tiles of the same size. That's cool too. Boy, oh boy. So if you think about, at the moment, hazardous terrain damage is 2. You know, the highest it goes to is 4, but it's gonna be 2 or 3 for us for this playthrough. So potentially it could be 4. If you were to push something, I think if you were to push them through, to be honest, even just 1 tile is pretty good. 2 tiles is insane. That's 8 damage, and if you manage to get the full 3, well, then you're laughing, I guess. But actually, I guess you could only get a max 2 because you wouldn't... Yeah, how does that work? Would the third one trigger? Or is the top symbol push? Push 3. Yeah, only 2 are through. Yeah, I was going to say, because like the way that it says that they moved through, only 2 of the tiles would move through. So the maximum amount of damage is 8 at the moment. So for us, it is 8. And then we would put 2 obstacles down, probably. Good follow-up with the prior card, yeah. This card has 5 FAQ entries, interesting. I mean, I kind of get it. I guess it's because, like, what constitutes moving through. I guess a lot of people would also be like, can I, like, not... Like, what happens if I want to put an obstacle on the one where the enemy is? Well, it's because it also doesn't use... Like, they ran out of space on the card, really, to fully explain. Like, it doesn't say, like, unoccupied, for example, which, like, the previous card did. It said the word unoccupied. Like, this does not have the word unoccupied on it, which is like, yeah, there's just not enough space on the card to write it, but it's kind of implied with the way that it works. Yeah, or illegal obstacle placement, exactly, Dwarf, yeah. And if you place it into the third, yeah, I guess you still get the extra damage, right? You don't get the double damage, but you still get that one. That's super good. Really, really good. Yeah, combos well with this because you can just put a couple of here and then potentially... So you could maybe attack something that's next to you, then put 2 behind, and then on the next turn, push them through those 2. Yeah, that's super cool. I like it. Have to consume Earth, though, and we've seen one way of creating... I'd be looking for some more, like, bottom generators. That's what I look for a lot of the time. Give me some move, create element generators. The bottom of this is on your next 3 attacks, add -1 attack, then double the value of your following attack. What? On your next 3 attacks, add -1, then double the value of your following attack. Huh? So... We get -1 for 3 attacks, but then the 4th attack would be double the value. Three -1s, then a ×2, right. Yeah, so it's... So we would play this, then we would do, like, let's say we would, like, you know, attack 2. That would be like an attack 1, attack 2, attack 1, 2. That would actually be an attack 1. But then our next subsequent card would be attack 4, because it's a 2, right? It's interesting. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's a pretty... I guess does this character have, I mean, we'll have to look at perks and things. I wonder if it's that bothersome. If this character's pretty good at just drawing, like, decent cards anyway. We can get rid of our 2 -1s and our -2. Actually, we can get rid of all of our -1s. Apart from maybe 1, actually. That's pretty good. So we can actually pretty reliably draw +0 or better. Interesting. One to keep an eye on. I think, like, again, this definitely feels like the kind of card that is part of the kit. So will probably be used, I think. Lava Bomb. Attack 2, range 3, create 1 hex hazardous terrain tile in the featureless hex occupied by the target. Okay, pretty reasonable. It's a little bit of range. Move 4 on the bottom too. Move 4 is great anyway. So we'll definitely be bringing this card, probably because of the move 4. The initiative is not great, but that's fine. You'd probably pair it with something else. Move 4 is just great, very solid. And yeah, I mean, this is actually pretty decent. I guess the thing is that they don't receive the damage, right? Because they didn't enter it. So you get to put hazardous terrain underneath them, but they don't take any damage from the hazardous terrain because you only take damage from hazardous terrain when you move into it. So you would have to they'd have to move off and you'd have to push them back on or something. So they're not going to take any additional damage here, which is what I think, like, again, this might be a card that might be commonly played slightly wrong. But yeah, pretty sure that's how that works. I feel like that's not bad. That's like, well, move 4, I'm playing move 4 all day. So, and the top's decent, so it's a versatile card for sure. Igneous Path. Designate a featureless hex within range 4. Create 1 hex hazardous terrain tiles in that hex and all of the featureless hexes on a direct path to it. Figures occupying hexes with the created tiles suffer 3 damage and gain 1 XP for each figure damage. This sounds a lot like, what's the Spellweaver card? It's like Chain Lightning. Direct path to it. The direct path to it's kind of important, I guess, because that makes it slightly different than the Spellweaver card and Chain Lightning, actually. I mean, this is pretty good still. Again, this feels a little bit like Eruption, except it's a slightly different angle of attack. But similar to Eruption, it's going to give you a potentially like game-changing, scenario-changing card. It's like, you know, like Rock. We know how good Rock Slide was, right? And this is kind of like, obviously not quite Rock Slide, because Rock Slide was obstacles, so it could really, really block enemies. But this does a bunch of damage to the enemies in the process, puts a lot of tiles down that work well with what you're doing. So it's just a good benefit for you. And it's a slightly different angle of attack to Eruption. So no, you get XP for each figure targeted as well. So potentially, I mean, I would hope you would get a minimum of 2 to 3 XP here. Maybe even 4, so it's going to be a really big XP gain. Move 1, consume fire, plus 1 move and 1 XP. I mean, that's a nice little element sync there. Doesn't really cost us anything, right? Very simple to use, very good. Create 1 hex hazardous terrain tile in each featureless hex you leave during the movement. Okay, that's pretty cool too. Works really well with increased movement boots. So I'd have my eye on that for this character for sure. Just for this card. Like, I think we only have 1 pair of them right now, right? We have, is it Weathered Shoes? I don't think it is. Is it called Weathered Shoes in this game? It's called Weathered Boots in Crude Boots. So Crude Boots would be a very easy first craftable item to increase that up to just an extra move to create 1 more hazardous terrain tile. Like, very simple way of doing that. Very cheap. I like that idea. Maybe we could go for that. Damage your teammates for XP. The classic. That's all that anyone wants to do, right? That's all that anyone ever wants to do. Like it. I feel like this is also a very important cornerstone card. 18 initiative too is our earliest initiative so far, so you know, generally speaking, you're going to want a nice range of initiatives, but it's always a pretty good sign when a card is like got a nice usable kind of bottom movement ability on a low initiative. That's always like, okay, cool. You know this is going to be a card that's going to be quite important to your character going forward. Next card, Under Pressure. Attack for 3, add +2 attack and gain 1 XP if the target is adjacent to at least 2 hexes with obstacles, objectives, or walls. Nice. Under Pressure. I like the theme of the card. So pretty similar to Demo. Demo has this, right? So it's a very similar effect to Demolitionist. In fact, what's kind of like, this character feels like a mix between the demo and Crackheart in some way. Like, it's got some little elements there, some nods from both characters so far. Very similar to the Demolitionist, actually. I mean, this is great. It's really, really good. I think it's interesting that it's obstacles, objectives, or walls. Obviously, if it was also like hazardous terrain, it'd be far too easy for us. Otherwise, we'd be attacking for 5 every single time. So that's a bit much. But of course, we do have the ability to change our hazardous terrain into obstacles to make this a bit easier to do. Certain scenarios, it'll just be probably fairly easy anyway, because narrow corridors, you know, you can kind of influence enemies to go into like these kind of conditions anyway. So certain scenarios, you won't have to try very hard for this. Other scenarios with bigger open big rooms, you might have to try a little bit harder, and you might end up having to make obstacles yourselves to really make this work. But I don't think it's going to be that hard to do, really. So this is going to be a very solid attack 5 a lot of the time, which is obviously outstanding value for level 1. So really good. 85 is also very late, very good late initiative as well, if you want to go super late, which is not a bad idea if you wanted to do this on, like, you know, wait for the enemy to come towards you, and they're probably going to be surrounded by obstacles, you know, maybe on previous turns. It's free if the enemy's in the door. Oh yeah, that too. If only you had a perk deck like the demo. Nobody does. Oh, I guess Music Node does. Okay, all adjacent enemies suffer 1 damage on the bottom. Loot 1, create Earth. I guess this is actually pretty good. I guess this is fine. I'm trying to think, like, would you want to play this on a late initiative and get enemies to come towards you? Maybe. But also I felt like I'd want to maybe play it on an early initiative to kill an enemy before it gets out. Like, you know, like the situation, the enemies kind of get low, but they're still at like 1 health, and you're trying to kill them. You're like, I don't want to waste an attack. I love it when you get things like this or like this. A bottom attack or a bottom way to do damage for when you kind of just come up short on an enemy and you want a way to kill an enemy while not having to sacrifice an entire round to just dealing with that one enemy that has 1 health. Like, cards like this can really do that for you. So I guess going late means that they'll be walking towards you, and then you'll be able to do it. Obviously, it's quite nice because if you kill something, you get to loot the token that it drops, which is also pretty nice. And it also makes Earth, and I was looking for some more Earth generation, like on the bottom. So yeah, I think this is... Yeah, I think this is pretty good. Like, it's definitely usable. The card in general, I think, is pretty damn usable. Well, attack 5's great, so I guess we'll see how often we use it for the loot action. But decks feel generally weaker in Frosthaven. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've seen I haven't seen enough classes to really comment on that particularly yet. What's interesting is like, obviously in Frosthaven, there's a lot of these. You know, you get the perks here, 3 perks at the bottom that are nothing to do with your attack modifier deck, and often they're very good, or at least one of them is very good for the way that you want to play. So you're usually going to spend quite a lot of your early perks on some of these things here, which means that you don't do this. But the way that that's kind of balanced out is masteries, right? Because if you manage to do a mastery, then you get like a free perk. So that can kind of counteract a little bit of the spend here and here, kind of. So it's interesting, but I can't say that like the perk decks are weaker, because also remember that the rolling modifier and strengthen rules have also changed in this game compared to Gloomhaven. So I also feel like the fact that there's actually completely, you know, arguably there's completely different rule set for parts of the combat in Frosthaven because of that change, that actual acknowledgement in the game rules that that's changed. I know that people house ruled it in Gloomhaven, but They never did. Like, it was never an official rule, so you can't think that the game was balanced around that, right? Whereas in Frosthaven, they knew it was a problem, they changed the rule, and they've changed the characters to fit alongside that rule. So it's different. It's very hard for you to say, oh yeah, it's going to be this or this, right? I think it's difficult to say, oh yeah, they're weaker in Frosthaven compared to Gloomhaven, because they're very different, and some of them are a lot more inventive in many ways than the Gloomhaven ones. There's less boring perks, I'll say that. Pretty much all of the perks are useful in some way or interesting in some way. Love the perpetual perks and the corresponding cards, yeah. Like, I think it's very difficult to rank alongside Gloomhaven the perks. Okay, so next card is Melted Armor. Attack 3, add +1, Pierce 3, and gain 1 XP if the target is occupying hazardous terrain. That is chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Create fire as well. This is pretty much always going to be attack for 4 with Pierce 3. Really, that's going to get through so many enemies that are just going to be annoying. This character is going to be a little bit like the Trapper, where we're going to have a really nice toolbox. And actually, to be honest, the Deep Wraith had a couple of really nice Pierce cards too. So we actually dealt with shielded enemies in our last party very well, I would say. We had a really good selection of tools to deal with shielded enemies. And it's nice that we have the hazardous terrain and we have this to kind of go on. Also, obviously, a flying enemy would not... I mean, unless we have some way to stop enemies from flying, we'll keep looking. Maybe that might be an X card. That screams X card. I think it was on the Trapper, so we'll see if there's an X card that takes away flying. But if the enemy does have flying, of course, they're not going to take damage from hazardous terrain, but this allows you to still get some kind of benefit for that hazardous terrain being in play against a shielded enemy, a shielded flying enemy. So that's pretty cool, like against like wind demons and things like that. 62 initiative is, yeah, not great. I would say stinky initiative. Yeah, not stinky initiatives. Nothing standoutish yet, I guess. I guess the 85, the 18, and the 20 so far. But yeah, this one is not a great initiative. It's late, but it's probably not late enough. The bottom is all attacks targeting you add +1. Well, ironically, funnily enough, that is something that you want much later. So, like, this is the kind of thing you would play on 85, right? Oh, yeah, okay, like, and then you would basically get a -1. But then you get to attack for, like, 4. Oh, no, sorry, you only add +1. So, actually, we get the benefit, sorry. So, we get, yeah. So, actually, this is pretty decent. Especially if somebody else is tanking for you. I mean, what does it matter? We'll probably end up doing a bit of a dual duty tanking with this party, but Prism's got some tanking stuff, so maybe not. Well, we could definitely make use of this. This is good. I have to say, I do really like the, so far, the kind of sub-theme of, you know, take a little bit of a negative effect to then have the good positive effect later on. Like, I do like this one, which is the big move, and then we have to take a little bit of damage for the big move. I like this one as well, where we'll be -1, but then we get to do a big one. It's going to work really well on finishing some little enemies and then bang, hitting a big elite or a boss or something. Like, that's going to be cool. Yeah. Melted Armor is another, I think, pretty much another solid role player. We get 10 cards as well in this class, so... Okay, Liquid Stone, attack 3, push 2, 100% playing this card. I think like we're taking anything that's like an attack with push, move with push. I think that is ultimately, it's going to be an auto include because it's going to be so useful, right? So yeah, I mean, 28 initiative's fine as well. It's not great, but it's fine. Attack 3, push 2, brilliant. Move 3, push 1, range 1. Or if we had Earth, make it a push 2 instead. Even better, because I feel like there might be a situation where we want to push and attack an enemy to kill them, and then push another enemy away through hazard terrain and kill them. This gives us that potential to kill 2 things on a single turn, which is obviously very powerful to be able to do. So with some good setup, using either the top of this card, well, probably the bottom of this card, to be honest, and the top of another card, maybe we can get a double kill in a turn, which would be super, super sweet. Or at least push something far enough away that we don't care about it, it can't reach us or something. Push it through some terrain, and then it has to like try and walk around that hazardous terrain to get to us, and it can't reach us, right? Something like that. So really good control ability and damage dealing ability. Yeah, lot of upside with this card. Huge potential. We'll put this card up here now. We'll make more rows. Push 3 with Earth. Yeah, push 3 with Earth. Cloud of Ash. Try and like turn this camera a little bit more. Trying to not like. Fortunately, when I do, it seems like the focus just kind of gets all out of whack. But as good as it gets, I think. Okay, Cloud of Ash is designate a hex containing an obstacle tile within range 4. Destroy the tile to perform attack 1, targeting all adjacent enemies. Push 1 muddle. Perform the attacks as if you were occupying the designated hex. Create Earth 1 XP. Nice. So here's your crack heart ability, guys. Here it is. Attack 1 is small, very small, but the push 1 could be nice with some setup. It might be like, I don't really care that it's an attack 1, it's the push 1 that I'm interested in here. But if you had Strengthen, this could be, you know, attack 2 or 3 things with Strengthen. If we had some poison synergies, I don't know what Prism can do in terms of that, but if we had some poison synergies here as well. This could be a good way to just get rid of some of these as well, maybe. You know, you can basically try and like orchestrate getting all of the charges gone as quick as possible to get to your double very fast. Immobilize. Immobilize would be hard because I don't think there's any items like that you could. You'd need some way of adding Immobilize somehow, right? Do we have Immobilize as on our perks? I expect we probably do, don't we? Oh no, we don't. No perks with Immobilize. I guess it would be pretty strong. I think this is quite good. Oh, enhance it with Immobilize? There's no enhancements dots on the card, unfortunately. No, you can't block the map, Shocky. You can't block off one part of the map from another part of the map. The bottom is move 3. Replace 1 or 2 adjacent 1 hex hazardous terrain tiles in unoccupied hexes with 1 hex obstacle tiles. If you do, create Earth and 1. This is also very good. Really versatile. 23 initiative as well. Yeah, this seems like the kind of card we're going to be playing. I feel like the bottom is probably where it's at more than the top, actually. In terms of like control. From a control perspective, but the top could lead to some like a nice moment, I guess, depending on your setup in previous rounds. You can create corridor, a lot of hazardous terrain though, which is annoying. It has a lot of weak enemies. Might just kill them all before they reach you. Yeah, I mean, I think like that's where like flowing fire can be really good, and also igneous path. Like this could be great at doing that. It's like one card and all it does is just put down like 4 hazardous terrain like in a straight line, which is kind of like what you want to try and do there, right? Gonna have a tough time deciding on 10 cards. All have good options. Yeah, for sure. And now we're on to the X cards as well, so... Probably one of these is going to be at least good. Wildfire. Destroy 1 adjacent hazardous terrain. If you do, on your next 3 attacks, add wound, poison, and fire. Oh, oh baby. Oh baby, baby, baby. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's really good. Ooh, non-loss. Yeah, non-loss too, huh? Man, it's not even that hard to do. You could even turn 1 this with this. Like, you probably don't turn 1 it, but... Oh. I mean, you could do this, then like Cloud of Ash suddenly becomes more like impressive. I like this a lot. Yeah, that plus Cloud of Ash or Eruption, yeah. Seems really good. Maybe like a bit too greedy, but it seems really good. Don't have a really hard time getting out terrain then. It's only 1 adjacent hazardous terrain. And from where I'm standing, I feel like we could easily make 2, 3, 4. Not to mention if we went for any of the big burns. Like, I'm not seeing it like another one, right? Another one. Like, I'm not seeing it being that hard to make hazardous terrain. Move for wound self. Then wound, target 2, range 1. Okay. That's pretty good too. It's worth it, you know, 2 wounds for the price of 1 wound, basically. And a move 4. That's pretty playable anyway. I'm a little bit worried that we haven't seen any way to heal yet. We might have to see if there's another X card with some heal. Like, we can... Like, this is a pretty... Like, you know, wounds can stack up. You have to be a little bit careful. If you haven't got a way to immediately deal with wound... over the course of it, it may not pay off. We had the big... Oh, yeah, we did. Sorry, we had the big heal. You're right. Was it the heal 5? Oh, yeah, we did. We have the heal 5. Yeah, that's fair. So we do have that big heal. And that's kind of encouraging us to take a bunch of damage, huh? Heal 5. Take a bunch of damage. Don't worry about it. Then just heal for 5. I guess cooling is a pretty good top action as well, though. I like this a lot. This is a... Maybe a bit greedy, but I like it a lot. Force of the Earth. Attack 1, target 3. Oh, sorry, range 3. Pull 2, immobilize. Okay. Like, I guess that's the pull where we've had the push. Now we get the pull. I guess it's kind of okay. I've just realized that my camera is completely on the tilt. I didn't realize that. Okay. Sorry, I actually had to pack down my setup for the board game day and use this table. Okay. Yeah, so muddle as well on it. Yeah, muddle's okay. I guess it depends on how you're trying to go about doing this. I mean, it works quite well with the bottom of Igneous Path, but then you're kind of like the redundancy of a 15 with an 18. That always frustrates me. I don't really want to be doing that, you know? I want to be just doing it. Like, I don't want to be wasting 2 decent initiatives on 1 turn. I mean, it's an attack. It's fair. It's solid. It triggers terrain, which is kind of what you want. Weakest card so far, but 50 initiative. Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of a... I mean, there's always been a bit of a trend where you'll notice that some of your more powerful cards, the best way to nerf a powerful card in Gloomhaven was to put it at a middling initiative. Because then you're forcing a player to have to play another card with it to either go early or late. So you're kind of like, you're not allowing them to like basically have their cake and eat it. It's like, yeah, this is a really powerful ability, but you're gonna have to probably give up another card, like bottom or top or whatever it would be, to be able to play it. Like maybe as a move 2 or whatever, just to try and play it for initiative to just get it done. Yeah, I'd say that this one is probably the weakest attack we've had so far, or just the weakest ability we've had so far. Destroy 1 adjacent obstacle. If you do, on the next 2 heals targeting you, add +3. Yeah, okay. This is not playable for us, I don't think. Shame, because 50 initiative is very nice, but yeah, no. That could be a nice big heal, but it's too situational. Like, it's an X card, so it's to be expected. Certain party might make use of that, but to me, that's pretty not good. Heal +6 is very good. It is, but you have to destroy an adjacent obstacle, and you would have to have moved into it. So, personally, I feel like the heal 5 will probably do enough. I don't feel like I need to also be healing for another 6 as well, like each cycle. And this is probably not strong enough to make it worthwhile. You know, it's a card to consider. It just probably won't make my first cut. But it may be a card that in the end I feel like I need. Okay, last card from the X cards and from level 1 is Metamorphic Rock, which is shield 1, retaliate 1, create earth. 2x is 2 XP. It is permanent, which is nice. Is it? Yeah, it's permanent. So basically, we permanently have shield 1, retaliate 1. I mean, on certain characters, that's very, very playable and very useful. Interesting. Could be something to flirt with a little bit. It mitigates the downside of melted armor a lot, huh? No downside other than hand size shrinking. Yeah, of course. When our other cards we burn are pretty good. I mean, we are a 10 card class, so I think we can reasonably expect to be able to burn, you know, 2 to 3 cards basically. And I so far I feel like this is obviously prime candidate. This is pretty prime candidate as well. I guess, what does the bottom do? Move the character token on one of your persistent abilities forward 1 space. Hello, Drifter. Or Reverse Drifter. I guess that works really well with Quenched Rage. 68 initiative though doesn't really like fill me with like excitement. This is an interesting card. I think it's pretty good. Well, I mean, defensive stance was good, right? So of course this is good. It's potentially over the course of a scenario gonna mitigate. Well, it depends on how much I get attacked, I suppose, but this character's quite good at dodging getting attacked, a bit like Trapper. But even the Trapper, we would get attacked a fair few times. There's going to be plenty of ranged enemies that are just not going to care about what we're doing and just attack us anyway. I guess it's probably gonna mitigate somewhere in the region of like 10 to like maybe 10's like the upside. 10 attacks against us over the course of a scenario. Something like that, maybe? Does that trigger the effect when you move it forward, or you just move it? Well, considering for us, there's nothing that actually... like, for us, it could only really... Well, you'd only use it on the ones that benefit you, right? So you'd use it on the bottom of cooling so that you don't have -1 on your move. So basically, you get to kind of skip one of the downsides. So this one, you could skip the bottom of the downside for flowing fire. You could skip the downside of the bottom of Quench Rage. I guess if you were crazy, you could skip this. You obviously wouldn't do this. But I guess if you wanted to stop getting attacked, then there may be a situation where you attack here and you're like, I really don't want to take any more damage. So maybe you do advance it to make it go away so that you don't get the +1 damage against you. You know, there's a situation where maybe you would do that. So you get the token moves, right? So you'd get like the XP, but like most of the others are like downsides or something, right? And the Retaliate? The Retaliate is, I think, fine. I wouldn't... Retaliate is, to me, is just like gravy. It's like this cherry on top. It's the dressing. I wouldn't hyper focus on the Retaliate, but of course extra damage over the course of the scenario is good. And this would encourage us to do a little bit more tanking, but we are a character who seems particularly good at controlling enemy positions. So there's an element of, we're probably mainly getting hit by ranged enemies over the course of the scenario because we'll be putting out hazardous terrain and obstacles to stop melee characters from being able to really operate. So we'll control up the melee, so the Retaliate will be, yeah, it will trigger occasionally, but I don't know, like, until I play the character, I don't know how often that will be. But my gut feeling is, yeah, I mean, the shield's always going to be good against every enemy and ranged. And the Retaliate, yeah, it could trigger a few times, but I'm not going to, like, hyper focus on it as being a super benefit. This one seems kind of okay as well, you know. This is a tough choice, really. Tough choice at level 1. Now, we will look at some of the higher level cards here, because I want to get a general sense of the way I want to try and build this character. So we're gonna level up to level 2 anyway, but just so that we can kind of get a feeling of like what the directions that this character can kind of go, the play styles and directions. So first level 2 card is Searing Smoke, which is attack 2, target all adjacent enemies, consume fire to add +1 attack, consume earth to add muddle, 1 XP for both of those two. Not bad, you know, I do like these attack all adjacent enemies style things, and the fact that it could be 3, that's quite good. You know, we're starting to verge on like crack heart levels of stuff. Not bad at all. I mean, if you were just, even if you were just to attack 2 things for 3, that's really good value. Really, really good value. Is this a crack approved card? It has rock in its title. Yeah, metaphoric rock. Yeah. Anything that is rock is approved by crack card, I think. That's the only one so far that actually has the word rock in its title. Oh no, liquid stone. We'll give you that one. The bomb is 45 initiative. Well, it's 45 initiative, sorry. Move 4 with jump. And all enemies move through gain muddle. That I'm not so much of a fan of. The jump could be a little bit irrelevant in this character if we take that perk, which is that we are unaffected by hazardous terrain we create. I guess it's only stuff that we create. So there'll always be traps and obstacles that are just around. So I guess jump's always still going to be good. Plus we create a lot of obstacles too, right? Yeah, it's just a good move 4, a better move 4. And considering that we would probably be playing like Lava Bomb for a similar kind of thing, maybe. It's a strict upgrade to that kind of ability. Yeah, steering smoke seems kind of okay. We don't have jump, right? No. So yeah, if we weren't gonna buy something like wing shoes or something, which I don't think we will buy wing shoes on this character. Yeah, I think it's probably worth. Deep Fury is the other card. Really annoying me that I can't seem to get this like tripod straight today. I'm trying to like angle the green screen in so that I don't have to like turn the cards at some sort of crazy angle every time I want to show you them. It's just like not. Since I moved the table, I've messed things up a bit. Okay. Yeah, it's like just be square, be normal. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay. Deep Fury says, attack 3, add +1 attack and push 2 and gain 1 XP if you are occupying hazardous terrain. Okay. Okay, so that's clearly playing into that perk. If you are occupying hazardous terrain, perform heal to self. Wow, okay, that's very good. It's an attack 4, probably. With push 2, gains as an XP, and we get to heal to ourselves as well. Like, it kind of just does a bit of everything. It's a very useful, versatile card. Yeah, that's pretty good. The bottom is heal 3 self. On your next attack targeting an enemy occupying hazardous terrain, double the value of the attack. But it's a burn. Yeah, but then I guess you just go all in for like a huge attack. Like, I guess you could try and go for like a huge combo between this, and then just go for like boss kill, right? Like double. Maybe attack for 5. Like attack for 20. The heal 2 also undoes the hazardous terrain damage if you do the free check away. Yeah, I guess it does. At this level it does. Obviously later on it's 3 damage. And finally 4, but yeah, It does for many levels. It will do, yeah. Interesting. Okay, well I feel like, I guess searing smoke is like the, it's searing smoke's kind of like the boring card in the way that it's not doing anything that we have not seen before on other characters. It's a good value attack. It's a very good value attack, really. It's a good move too. It's just a top to bottom versatile card. Maybe a little bit boring. Let's have a look at like some of the other cards. So it's level 2. Let's have a look at level 3. All right, Living Magma. Now at the start of your next 2 turns, perform attack 1, target 1 enemy adjacent to hazardous terrain, PS2, wound, create fire. Oh, is this any hazardous terrain? Is this like any hazardous terrain? Yeah, sorry, the perk, for those who don't know, the perk is, it costs 3. I'll show you on here. Easiest way. Costs 3 at the bottom there. I'll actually just leave the perks up, because you guys can kind of see them. You and all allies are unaffected by hazardous terrain you create. Doesn't say the attack as if you were occupying the exit terrain like some. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's a space thing though. Target 1 enemy adjacent to hazardous terrain. Like target 1 enemy next to me who is also adjacent to hazardous terrain. It's any. It's not. I get to do a melee attack at an enemy who is within range 1 of me because it's a melee attack, but who is also adjacent to hazardous terrain. You'd read it as no range limit melee attack, as long as it's next to hazardous terrain. Yes. That's how I initially read it too, but it's actually like maybe not how it's supposed to be. I could see why, like actually on a second pass of the card, I would maybe think, because like for example, we've had things like this, right? Where it's like, you know, we've had cards that kind of specify like, oh yeah, the enemy needs to be like, oh yeah, we get a bonus if they're next to it, or like this kind of thing. You think it's any range? Otherwise it's an attack 1 wound, which doesn't seem very good. No, it's much, well, even if you were to attack something that had, if they had to be adjacent to you and adjacent to the hazardous terrain, right? This is you getting to do an attack 1 with wound, and then in your next 2 turns you get another attack 1 and another attack 1 with wound, with PS2 on it as well. And it creates fire each and every time. So honestly, even if it wasn't target any enemy adjacent to hazardous terrain, it would still be pretty damn good, because you would still be attacking. You get 3 attack 1s with PS2 and wound, and you would get 3 fire generators every single turn as well. Like, so it is not bad by any means. It would probably feel a little bit underwhelming the turn you play it, because you'd be like, oh yeah, I attack for 1. But ultimately, it could be quite good. Living Magma is basically like attacking through a shadow as a Deathwalker, right? Yeah, which is how I initially read it as well, which is very good. Thematically, the Living Magma attacks it, not you. Yeah. Dwarf saying that it's any range. Well, Dwarf knows his stuff, so yeah, I mean, like, that's how it read on first pass of the card anyway, but I feel like it's a good thing to check because it's not necessarily obvious, especially because a lot of the other cards have kind of like, you know, kind of give you bonuses that if you're attacking somebody who's in the terrain and stuff like that, it's not 100% clear cut from the card wording. But again, they couldn't fit they can't fit every bit of text on the card. 22 initiative is really good actually from the initiative spreads that we've had so far. Not bad at all, pretty playable. Move 1 adjacent 1 hex hazardous terrain tile up to 2 hexes. If it enters any hex occupied by a figure, that figure suffers hazardous terrain damage. That's also really, really strong. That's also just, hey, move and chuck a hazardous terrain or something and finish it off. Yeah, that's also just really good. The other card is Hardened Spike. Add +1, so it's attack 5. Add +1 and gain 1 if the target is occupying hazardous terrain. So attack 6. Now and at the start of your next 2 turns, suffer 1 damage. Create Earth. Attack 6 with the downside of taking a little bit of damage. That's not a real downside. Especially not if you were to take Deep Fury maybe at 2 anyway. That's like just solid. So solid. 80 initiative is a good late initiative as well. I'll play that as late. Move 3, add +1 attack to your next attack this round, targeting an enemy adjacent to an obstacle. Just a nice little buff. Or consume Earth to +3 attack. Wow. That's pretty huge too. Jeez. Jesus. I guess with the late initiative though, it's a bit, you have to play it with an early initiative. It's a little bit specific, but you should be able to engineer that. That's interesting, that one too. Card demo and Berserker, how many more can we add to the mix? Yeah, this character's got like some insanely good single target burst, but also has a lot of just decent crowd control and like just really good value abilities. It's got so much going for it, like just so many different things going for it, really. Okay, well, I feel like if you probably I feel like Hardened Spike and probably Deep Fury go pretty well together. And I guess Searing Smoke and Living Magma would also go pretty well together because of the fire generation. Okay. Let's see what level 4 is like. There are a lot of scenarios with random obstacles, yeah. Hand of Flame. So, right, level 4 is usually like the cornerstone, right? Or close to being the cornerstone. Hand of Flame. Attack 4. Muddle. Create 1 hex hazardous terrain tile in the featureless hex occupied by the target. Nothing like that's not super glamorous, but it's certainly like gets the character online, gets you going. So although it doesn't look like, you know, it's pretty unassuming, it's actually like just solidly getting you ahead. So I like it. Like it's like an enabler. I'm fine with it. It's a decent attack anyway. Yeah. The bottom is attack 2 with wound. That's pretty nice too. We used who did we have attack 2 wound on? Drifter. Drifter had an attack 2 wound bomb, which we used fairly regularly as well. Obviously the Drifter could boost that up to an attack 4 although, but yeah. Or maybe they had an attack 1 wound. Again, nothing really to write home about with this card. 29 initiative is fairly average as well, like nothing special. But it's just getting stuff done, right? It's just pretty versatile, getting stuff done. Heat Wave, all adjacent enemies suffer 2 damage. Okay. Push 2, all at range 3. That's a big push. Consume fire to add an additional range to make it 4. At the start of your next turn, suffer 2 damage. Wow, okay. 8 initiative here as well. That's got my attention. All adjacent enemies suffer 2 damage. Pretty decent. Like, I mean, if you know 2 or 3 enemies, that's all pure damage too. So like, that's good. Push 2, targeting all range. So if we had lots of hazardous terrain set up, like in, you know, if we were preparing for Heat Wave, we could definitely do much more damage than just 2 to these guys. At the start of your next turn, suffer 2 damage. That actually would be a great candidate for the Metamorphic Rock, right? Because Metamorphic Rock would just immediately take that off. So you could go late, then go early, play Heat Wave, top, do this, then you could use the bottom of Metamorphic Rock to move it back, and then you could like run away for 3. Pretty good. Huh. Again, I'm starting to see like there's kind of like a little bit of a... There's kind of like... Let me move some of these up a bit, so you guys can see some of the other level cards. I feel like there's a kind of intent here. Like, so you got the level 2s. I feel like there's kind of like there's obviously like a push build going on here. So, and then you got like Value Town. So you kind of like got push and sort of hazardous terrain. Then you got value. Living Magma support. The thing is, Hand of Flame supports like Hardened Spike pretty well. Also, Hand of Flame. So this would probably be your 2, 3, 4, right? Maybe. And then, like, Searing Smoke would be... I don't know, I felt like... Yeah, maybe, but Living Magma's pretty good. I like Living Magma. Very difficult to turn down a card like this, though. Very hard to turn down a card like this. You're sensing a split in level ups between AoE and single target. Yeah, it seems to be like the general kind of case here. Hand of Flame might not even be needed, but just the fact is that you could just go... Like, this just supports both of these cards quite well. I mean, maybe not Deep Fury as much, because this is if you're occupying. But it certainly supports Hardened Spikes really well. I mean, you do have Lava Bomb at level 1 that kind of has that you know, this has got a little bit of redundancy with this. I quite like Living Magma though. It seems kind of fun. And Heatwave also seems really fun. But I'm not convinced that it's like this, and this. I think maybe you just don't take Searing. I think Searing Smoke's probably the outlier. Deep Fury, I think, is probably the card for like both. It's just good, right? I feel like Searing Smoke is the trap here. It's good, but I feel like it's the trap. The only thing that Searing Smoke's really good with, though, is Living Magma. So, like, I don't know. Because it's just giving you so much fire without you having to do it. But are we making enough fire anyway? I don't know, maybe we make enough fire anyway. Maybe we don't need to worry about the additional fire. Not sure. Does the perk work on summons as well? It says allies, so yes. Importantly though, it doesn't, I mean, I don't know, you might have to FAQ it. I wouldn't know if your summons would still see it as negative terrain or not. Even though it doesn't do damage to them, would they treat it like a negative hex? I don't know. Don't know the answer to that without looking it up. At what point does hazardous terrain damage trigger? On entry or at the start turn? On entry. They ignore it? Okay, thanks, Dwarf. Summons treated as corridors. Okay, cool. Searing Smoke is if you don't have jump boots or you can't enhance jump into flowing fire. Yeah, maybe. I guess the thing is, yeah, I am playing a 2-player as well. So what's going to ultimately be better a 2-player? Well, killing one thing fast. Although having said that, even at 2-player, I've noticed a lot of scenarios has been like, you know, a lot of enemies. It's not like we have loads less. We still have a really decent amount. It's not like certain scenarios, like the last one I played, I maxed out on standees. I mean, I know that was kind of like that was kind of like the gimmick of the scenario, but like even like I was thinking like the elevator one, that was like really tough. There's loads of enemies in that one. It's like we maybe have like 2 enemies less per room, or like maybe 1 is a normal instead of an elite. Like it's not massively different number of figures in a good amount of scenarios. So it's not like, oh, you're playing a 2-player, you don't have to worry so much about, you know, multi-target. Like, no, there's still always going to be good opportunities to multi-target. The eel scenario, yeah, that eel one too. What a great class, so theme, much lava, very game. Yeah, definitely. I like this character's got tough choices. Let's have a look at like level 5, see if things like, I don't want to like look so far ahead. You know, let's be real, we should have a good idea of what our playstyle is by like level 4 probably. So we'll have a look at level 5, but you know, because we're starting at level 2, it would be nice to know what we're kind of dealing with in the next few levels. But yeah, I mean, like once you get to like 6, 7, 8, 9, these are all going to be like build topper type cards that are just, you know, maybe would change things up, but like it's not going to make, you know, I'm not going to choose suboptimal cards for like 4 levels just so that I can get a big payoff at like level 6 or 7. I'm going to pick a build that's going to work now and has a nice couple of cards to build into like, you know, 3, 4, 5. So Rain of Fire is create 2 1-hex hazardous terrain tiles and featureless hexes within range 3. All allies and enemies occupying or adjacent to any of those hexes suffer 1 damage. Okay. I mean, that's not bad. It's, I mean, it's Rock Slide, right? It's Rock Slide. Yeah, Rock Slide with Haz. Yeah, it's just Rock Slide. Not quite as good as Rock Slide, but it's Rock Slide. '21 initiatives, decent too. The bottom is move 5 jump, very good. So I guess if we skipped the, was it the level 2 move jump? You could just kind of like sub this one in, right? Magma Orbs is attack 3, target 2, range 3, consume fire and earth the additional target. So just along the same themes of like searing smoke, like just good attacks. Good attack is good. Create 1 1-hex hazardous terrain tile and adjacent MTX. Teleport 1, range 2. Oh, sorry, pull 1, range 2, not teleport. Yeah, I mean, I guess you just pull an enemy into it pretty much straight away, right? That's the idea here. Yeah, I like both of these cards. I would say are like whatever. Rain of Fire is probably like the fun pick, really. I'd say that's probably going to be the pick at level 5. I would say. Just really solid all-round card with a really ability that plays off of all of our themes. Quick look at 6, maybe, and then that'll be that. I think. Return to the source. Attack 3, range 4, pull 3. When the next enemy would suffer damage from entering a hazardous terrain hex, negate the damage. What? Oh, interesting. That happens after we perform this ability, because there's a line here. So you would pull an enemy through a bunch of hazardous terrain. It would trigger, and then this would go into play with being the next one after that fact. Okay, Great Fire. Move 4, ignore hazardous terrain during this movement. Irrelevant if you've gone for the perk. So it's a move 4. Heal X self, where X is the number of different hazardous terrain hexes you enter during the move ability. That's pretty good though. So that could be a big heal. At 6, Obsidian Shield. On the next 4 sources of damage you suffer from attacks targeting, you gain Shield 1. When your token moves off the last use slot, the attacking enemy suffers 5 damage and you create 1 1-hex obstacle in an adjacent empty hex. That's interesting. So negate 4 damage. And then do 5 damage back. That's pretty strong. Negate 4 damage, do 5 damage. And you get to place an obstacle. Not bad. 19 initiative, move 3, suffer 2 damage or destroy an adjacent obstacle. Negate the next damage you suffer this round. Okay, so they're just tanky. That's a really good tanking. This is a great tanking card. Really nice to like set up before you go into a new room, or maybe even on the first turn of the game if the enemies are really far away. Just go late initiative and play something like this. Okay. Well, the 6s, I think, yeah, there's nothing like super new there. There's nothing really worth talking about there. Makes the tanking build more viable? Yeah. You build up your shield until it explodes. Yeah. Kind of like, I mean, I've been playing Dota again, so it's a little bit like Abaddon. If anyone else plays Dota, I think that's how his shield works, right? Okay, anyway, we got to make a choice here, because we got to get into another character as well after this, so we got to make some choices here. So we get 10 starting cards. I think there's some like clear cards that we would immediately have in our hand that we know that we definitely want. I think Igneous Path is a definite inclusion. Liquid Stone is a definite inclusion. Flowing Fire is a definite inclusion. Probably Quenched Rage as well. How are we doing for initiatives? All pretty early-ish initiatives right now. Probably Quenched Rage. I quite like Melted Armor. Cooling. I think we really like cooling, don't we? Plus the heal's massive, so we need a big heal. That's 5. Lava Bomb seems like it's pretty important. Move 4, plus also we get some hazardous terrain down, create fire. Under Pressure is, I think, an interesting one. Might be a bit scenario dependent, but seems quite good to me. Melted Armor seems like it's probably an attack 4 a lot of the time. Seven. I really like Eruption, but it's like the bottom of it is good, but am I ever gonna play it? I guess maybe if I go early. Do I have like early top actions, or are they all early bottom actions? Oh, Flowing Fire. Liquid Stone. Or I guess late top actions would also be the other thing. Eruption just seems really fun. I guess Cloud of Ash is also pretty good. These two combo together as well. How many obstacles do I actually have? Cooling. Cooling is the only way for me to make another obstacle right now. So Cloud of Ash will work with cooling. Not much else. And Eruption, of course, for like one turn. I feel like I could do another late initiative, so maybe Wildfire is a good one. Honestly, Metamorphic Rock might actually be better than I think it is, because it kind of negates one of the downsides on something, right? So it's going to save me a point of damage. It's going to do something. It's a fairly late initiative, so it's playable. 7. I'll change, like when we get to level 2, I'll change things over. That's gone. We're not playing that, that's for sure. At least not initially. Wildfire is interesting, but maybe ultimately too greedy. I guess in certain scenarios where there's more This could be good. I need more consume fire abilities though. I have like none. Or one there. There's two there. Maybe a 68. Reduce one of the drawbacks could be quite good. Bottom. Top or bottom. Top or bottom. Top or bottom. Top or bottom. Wow, this character's like so versatile. Like I could play a lot of these cards for either their top or their bottom, which means weaving the cards to be interesting. So two more. This makes obstacles, which is pretty useful. And then maybe under pressure for the late initiative. Oh, but then I'm not playing Eruption. How am I not playing Eruption? Alright, maybe I get rid of Metamorphic Rock for Eruption, because Eruption is just more fun. Okay. I need to replace one with level 2 though. Yeah, I know. But there's no point me doing that right now because I'm trying to figure that out. Like, I want to go through the process of like, what is my level 1 hand? And then what do I replace with my level 2? I don't want to be thinking about my hand with level 2 right now. Like for me, it's easy to go, okay, this is kind of like where I feel like I'll be at. So now like level 2, what card do I pick? And what card would it necessarily replace, right? Because I haven't decided what my level 2 card is yet. Don't fault my process, all right? I know what I'm doing. Or I think I know what I'm doing. Okay. So basically, it's whether or not we take Deep Fury or Searing Smoke, which... Wildfire Bomb is so good, use it a turn? Yeah, maybe. Wildfire just could be a bit greedy. Maybe Eruption's greedy. Maybe Eruption's the greedy card. Yeah, maybe Eruption is the greedy card. Then under pressure is probably not worth it. Yeah, let's just try this. Let's see. I mean, I feel like Wildfire might be... I've got a lot of move, though, already. Like, I got a decent amount of move. I don't know. Maybe Wildfire is the right pick. I don't know. Let's not worry about it for now. We'll play a scenario and we'll figure it out. Deep Fury, attack 3, add +1 attack, push 2, and gain 1 XP if you're occupying hazardous terrain. I feel like this is the kind of like strat I would like to go. I feel like this is going to be more fun. Does combo better with Wildfire though. It does combo nicely with Wildfire. Guess the question is, am I going to get jump on anything at any point soon? Maybe, maybe not. I was tempted to not get boots instead of getting wing shoes to get additional plus movement on my boots. I think I'm taking Deep Fury anyway because I wanted to go for like fun stuff. I think. Plus it's double, like, it's such a good nuke. Yeah, it's such a good nuke. Bop, 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 bop. Okay. Whew. Alright, I think we got there. Just about. In terms of what card we would get rid of, I think we'll get rid of... To be honest, it's probably Under Pressure, because Under Pressure just doesn't really do what I want here, I don't think. Like, it's attacking for 5, like, but it's conditional. So I feel like maybe Under Pressure goes. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, I've got 10. We got 10. We got enough cards for a first scenario. I'm conscious of time here. I want to get going. So that's going to be my starting hand. That's going to be cards to think about. Yeah, so perks, we will just be doing straight up doing this. So we've had 2 retirements so far. And we are starting at level 2, so we're just going to go bang. Yeah, this is just going to freeze up again, isn't it? Well, we're going to get that perk anyway. Which I presume is... There's a reminder card for that, I would think. Usually is in Frosthaven. Reminder card? Yes. Okay. Good stuff. Is he gonna let me zoom in? No? Oh, hang on. I think it lets me zoom in here. Then we can add, like, this is like the... Oh. Nice. Winner. Okay. Oh, should we do items now? No, let's skip the new character out, then we'll do items. Let's do that first. While you like the new way they're doing perks, you just like the multi-check ones that feel near mandatory to grab like this one. I don't know if it's mandatory to grab it necessarily. I guess you could probably play without it. Because there's a world in which you can play without it. But yeah, I guess I kind of get what you're going at. Like, it's basically like a, hey, but think about it this way. It would either be a perk like that, or it would be a passive ability that you'd have to burn, right? And I think I probably prefer it to be a perk, because then they can just put the fun stuff in the cards rather than worrying about having to offload that onto an ability card that you then have to play on the first turn of every game. Otherwise, what are you doing, you know? Like, I don't mind them offloading certain things like that onto perks so that it's, yeah, you don't waste turns doing stuff like that. Right, Prism time. I'm exactly right, MQ. I'm never wrong, Dwarf. I'm never wrong. Here we go. Hive time. So this is the unfettered hive, or as I like to call, Mobile Suit Gundam. So this is a very interesting character. This, if you don't know anything about this character, this is probably like this is the weirdest one. This character, like Meteor, it's basically like an amalgamation of a lot of other classes. This class is weird and like in a good way. It's experimental. It's, I think, vastly different than I think pretty much any class that I've played before or seen. Like it's very, this is quite unique. So the Hive, at the start of each scenario, we play one card from our hand to perform its summon action, and we place a mode token on it. This does not create a summon, but instead determines our mode. A set of effects written under the summon stats that apply to you. Any additional summon actions perform summon allies as normal and do not have their mode text applied to you. You cannot remove a mode, the card with your mode token on it, from your active area. So like thematically the way this works is that essentially at the beginning of the scenario, we get to choose, okay, we're basically inhibiting this summon, right? We are inhibiting it, and that is what we're playing as. As the scenario progresses, we can play more summons, and then we can switch into that summon. Like we're kind of like, where the game is, the transfer is the mechanic, which is basically like we are data transferring our mind into that summon, and then we basically swap into that summon as our character. It's a very unique mechanic, but essentially we'll be constantly like zipping between different summons. So it's a hive mind, but it's the way that they've kind of like designed, it's basically a robot that is it has designed itself after the Harrowers. So after the hive mind of the Harrowers with all the little bugs, it's like using that same kind of like principle, if you like, theme. So we have a bunch of summons here that we can set as our active mode. Inhabiting, not inhibiting. Inhabiting, yeah. Inhabiting. Got a lot of tokens, a lot of crazy tokens. But yeah, this character also has max complexity, fun. Strong melee, strong range, strong mobility, strong defense, average control, sort of weak support. But it's pretty, to be honest, it's pretty strong across the board. But importantly, there's no elemental affinities, so there's going to be probably little synergy in that way anyway, between us and the Meteor. You didn't know this was coming when you voted for Prism? Well, yeah, this is what you get. There's gonna be a lot of summons. There's gonna be a lot of like shenanigans. Someone told you it was a summoner and we hadn't had that. Yeah, it is a summoner. It is a summoner. It's a summoner that just happens to also be playing sort of inside their summons or something. Well, think of it, it's like a mixture. It's like a mixture of augments and no, just that. I can't think of something else off the top of my head. Like, there's elements of augments going on here. Okay. We need to draw personal quests as well, don't we, for these guys? Don't let me forget, chat. This is Summoner with Mind Thief Eyes. Let's not forget the Mind Thief was also a Summoner. Right, close your eyes, chat, for a second. Okay? I'm gonna add a character here, and I don't ask me why, but for some reason it displays all of the class names, okay? So if you don't want to get spoiled on a class name, don't look at the heads up display for a second. Because I just stumbled into that earlier. Okay, you're safe. Come on back. Right, so the first card is Interference. So the first thing this does is Transfer. So that allows us to swap. TL2 Self. All adjacent allies and enemies suffer 1 damage. Nice. We're going to have to probably like go through these cards pretty quick, because this is going to be very hard to just like, oh yeah, this card seems good, because most of it's going to come down to, actually, to be honest, what I'll do is I'll sort the cards before we start. What I'll do is we'll do all of the summons first, okay? That probably makes more sense, because then we can base everything off of the summons. That makes more sense. Let's do it that way. So we'll do all of the summons first, and then we will... Yeah, I think that makes more sense, because then we know like what we're dealing with before we get into the crazy other mechanics. Okay. So aimed assault, summon sniper turret. So as summon, has 3 health, has an attack 2, has range 4, no movement to it though. However, this is the mode, okay? So if we decide to play this, or we transfer into this, this will be essentially what our active mode is, okay? All your single target melee attack abilities have +2 range. So basically it gives us, turns our melee abilities into ranged abilities. Pretty cool. But we also get -1 to all of our move abilities. It's 2 XP, it is active, it is a burn, so this would go out front. The bottom is attack 1, range 4, 88 initiative. Attack 1, range 4 is pretty nice actually for a bottom ability. But in terms of as far as summons go, this is pretty good. Obviously the lack of movement is a little bit tricky. However, with us being able to maybe swap in and out in certain areas, perhaps it might not be so bad. Maybe we can move it away, stuff like that. Like obviously this feels like it could be quite powerful. So we'll see. But I feel like as a summon on its own, it's not bad at all. You just have to kind of drop it in a room and let it do its thing. If you swap into a summon, you automatically change your mode. Correct. Yes. So let's say, for example, we had, well, let's review a couple more and then we can give some examples of how it works. Okay, so that's aimed assault. Next one is Coiled Limbs, Summon Leaper. It is 7 HP, 5 move and jump. It is an attack 1. It has shield 1, focus on the enemy furthest away from Hive. So that means that it's always going to go, when it does its attacks, it's always going to go as far away as possible. The mode for this is add jump to all your move abilities.
A little bit spicy.
It is a bit spicy because what this allows us to do is it will get probably towards the back of the room, and then we can transfer into it for a big move ourselves, right? This is the kind of like the interplay that I think you're going to try and do here. But add move to all your abilities as its mode, add jump, sorry, to all your move abilities as its mode. Also pretty useful and in spurts, right? Which is the kind of the idea of this character is you probably want to like maybe transfer into it, do a couple of moves and then transfer out of it. You're probably not going to want to do this for like ages, but it gives you some nice flexibility. Move forward with jump, very strong. Anyway, 82 initiative. All of these are going to be late initiatives because they're summons, which all of them are. It goes after ranged attackers while you beat on melee. Yeah, exactly, which is pretty handy. Hunter Killer, Summon Jackal Mech. This is 4 HP, move 3, attack 2, wound and retaliate 1. Pretty decent stat line. I mean, health-wise, though, it's a little bit low. You have to be careful not to lose these. That's the other thing about this character. If you lose your summons, you could probably get stuck in like a single mode, which might not be the end of the world. This is a 11-card character. 11-card character. At the start of each of your turns, suffer 2 damage. However, we get to add +1 attack to all our melee attacks. So this is kind of like the Mind's Weakness style ability here. Obviously, this is something that you do not want to stay in forever. So this is the kind of the downside, right? But if we have a way to maybe transfer in, do the attack, and then maybe transfer out or something like that, which we'll look for, this could be a good way for you to just kind of get the benefit for a brief amount of time and then like go out before the downside becomes too much. And then the bottom is move 2, attack 1. Actually, very, very solid ability. Bottom attack with move as well, already included. Very, very solid one. So in terms of like the ones we've seen so far, this one is probably the best in terms of like, I would say an initial mode that you would probably want to be in. But to be honest, you probably don't want to be on turn 1. You probably don't want to be in this because you're going to be taking 2 damage immediately. So this isn't probably the mode you want to start the game in, but this is probably a mode that you're going to probably want to transfer into quite regularly. But it's not one you're going to want to start the game in because otherwise you're going to take 2 damage straight away and maybe not even get to do an attack. So you're going to end up taking 4 damage like very, very quickly, which is probably not what you want. So the next card is Summon Repair Drone, Reconstructed Aid. 3 health, move 2, attack 1, range 3. At the end of turn, perform heal 1, range 3. At the start of each of your turns, perform heal to self. So there we go, it's a way to offset potentially. All of your ranged attacks have -1 range. So a little bit of a downside there, but really not that much of a downside if you're not doing ranged attacks, right? So quite a nice one to jump into for a couple of rounds and then maybe get out of. But if you're focusing on doing melee damage for a couple of rounds, this isn't a downside at all. So pretty good. Healing Sprite, yeah. But also its general stats are also pretty good, I would say. It's just a thing out on the board, attacking stuff for you every round. Move 2, range 3, attack 1. You know, that's, you know, Aid from the Ether. You know, that was a pretty good summon. And it did, there's actually was better than this, I think, right? It had like attack 2, I think. But this is, that was good. This will be good to just have out to just draw attack modifiers, right? As long as our attack modifier deck can be improved, which looking at the perks, we can get rid of our minus. I mean, that top card, that top perk is insane, right? Remove 1 -2 and, oh, and 1 +1. Oh, sorry, I thought it was and add 1 +1. No, remove 1 -2 and 1 +1. Replace 1 -1 so we can get rid of 3 of those. Some rolling poison, rolling wound, probably pretty good for summons. Yeah. So the bottom of this is heal 3, regenerate self. Also a very nice little ability, to be honest, as well. Just get some regenerate to heal you up. Not bad at all. Mystic Ally was your second favorite summon behind the Stun Frog. Nice. Yeah, I feel like my favorite was I loved Stun Frog, but I quite liked the exploding one that the circles got to. Can't remember what it was called, but the exploding one was also kind of fun. If you could time it right, it was pretty good. Living Bomb, that's it. That's the one. Lava Golem. Lava Golem was okay. It just I never played it because it was too all in. I very rarely played Lava Golem, but Bomb was great. Oh, and of course Falcon. Yeah, sorry Oxy. Of course Falcon. Summon Armored Tank. Plated Defense. 6 health. Move 2. Attack 2. Shield 1. And the mode of this one is to give us shield 1, add -1 to all of our move abilities. Seem familiar? Defensive stances here. I feel like the minus move on this character is probably going to be something that we can get around quite nicely with all of our modes and stuff that we're going to be transferring anyway. So yeah, I mean, this isn't a huge downside, I would say. I mean, we'll have to keep track of how many other moves we have, but you know, this seems like a very solid one to maybe even play on the first turn, right? This has got kind of first turn vibes, whereas some of the others maybe not so much so far, unless of course you really wanted to move somewhere, I guess, with a big jump. But this has got turn 1 vibes. The bottom is shield 1, retaliate 1, which is so obviously pretty bad on 80 initiative, so it would have to be paired with an early card. We'll go like that, 5. And the X, we have an X summon here, which is Shocking Pulse, summon Arcing Generator. It is 5 health, 4 move, attack 2. So pretty, you know, that's pretty nice. Target all adjacent enemies with Pierce 2 as well. Like, this is pretty nice. As for a summon, very strong, I would say. However, you know, I guess it would be putting itself at risk, maybe. That might be a bit of a problem. So we'd have to like manage it, but this is a very solid attacking summon. If you could get like, if we could protect it, or we can get a couple of decent attacks out of it, that's really good. And the mode is add -1 attack, but pierce 5 to all of our attacks. So situationally against certain enemies, this is like, this has got a, like this ability is X card through and through, right? Just -1 our attacks, but give us pierce 5. If we're against anything that has more than shield 1, it pays off. So, pretty good. Model, target all at range 1, all adjacent allies and enemies suffer 1 damage. Good, it's okay. I think we had another one of those, right? Didn't we? All adjacent enemies? Oh no, I think that was one of the cards that I was looked at. We started to go over. But yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty good definition of what an X card is, except for I actually feel like this is a pretty good summon regardless, but if it died quite quickly, you'd be a bit sad. Are you the only one getting triggered that I'm not lining them up in initiative order? I'll leave them like that just to annoy you. Okay, so these are all of our level 1 summons, okay? All of our level 1 summons and the modes that we have. So now let's go through our actual ability cards that'll do stuff. So, high impact projectiles. Attack 2, target 2, range 3. 16 initiative as well, so really nice. So in terms of like an attack, that's good value attack, right? But are there any modes that particularly benefit that? I guess you could say maybe the pierce. You know, there could be a trade-off there, but probably not. Because this is all +1 to our melee attacks, and this is definitely ranged. So yeah, at the moment, there's nothing that really combos amazingly well, apart from maybe the pierce. But it is a very solid attack anyway. You know, it's still incredibly solid. So the bottom is grant 2 of your summons, move 3 with jump. Now that's potentially quite nice, depending on the top action that you want to play with it. We kind of need to see more cards to really rate this, because I think a lot of this is also going to come down to, can we immediately transfer into that thing? Because we're going to be granting them movement, and then they move, and then potentially we go, great. Then with our top ability, we transfer into them. So then we're almost gaining that move 3 as well in a certain way. Do you know what I mean? So it's a bit of a hard one to necessarily immediately kind of evaluate. But still pretty interesting. You can't see attack 2, target 2, range 3 without laughing at Spellweaver getting it at level 4. That's true. But Spellweaver had enough I mean, Forked Beam is fine. I guess the attack modifier deck on the Spellweaver, though, is... well, the Spellweaver is probably laughing at this character because they're always drawing, like, +1, +2, make an element, right? Coldfire is 3, isn't it? It's Coldfire 3, and, like, Forked Beam is, like, 4. 2 is, like, Flashing Burst, and, like, 3 is, like, Coldfire, and then 4 is Forked Beam, and then 5 is, yeah, the big ice one, I think, isn't it? Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on this because we'll have to evaluate cards as we go. So the next one is Prepare for Deployment, Heal for Self, 1 XP, move forward. One thing actually I think we should go over, I haven't mentioned this yet. We mentioned it when I first looked at the character, but I think it's important to talk about how damage works in this whole situation. So when we do a transfer, right, we have to have at least 1 summon on the map that we can transfer to, okay? Makes sense? Then we can choose. So if there's multiple, we get to choose. We remove the summon from the map that we are transferring into. Remove all damage and conditions on the summon, and we suffer that damage and gain those conditions. So it's important to track the amount of damage done to the summons. So in theory, we remove them so we can kind of like swoop in and save them and take that damage for ourselves. So for example, if the armor tank is going along and let's say it gets down to like 2 health or something, 3 health, we could be like, now we don't want it to die. So maybe we transfer into it, we take that damage onto ourselves, then we can heal ourselves to get rid of that damage, right? So like healing self can kind of be used to heal summons in that roundabout way. Does that make sense? It's a bit of a mind like screw, but yeah. We teleport to the hex that the summon occupied, and then we move the mode token on our mode card to the card of the summon. Then we place the summon of our previous mode in the hex that we occupied originally before we did the transfer. So basically, this one becomes like the new mode. So let's say we were transferring between this and this. So let's say we were here, we were in this at the moment, and we wanted to transfer into this. So essentially our mode token would go, where's our mode token? Here. So our mode token is here for now. So this summon isn't actually in play. We're just having it for the mode. Let's say we wanted to transfer into this. We do this. We would take any damage or effects that the repair drone currently has. We would remove the standee from this from the board, but we would place the standee, a brand new armored tank, underneath us, right? So that's kind of like how that works. So when we're evaluating cards like this, which are heal self, it's kind of like important to know that like we're going to be taking quite a bit of damage because like our summons will probably be doing a bit of tanking for us, but then we're going to go and like take the damage from them and heal up ourselves, right? It's kind of like the way I think you want to do it. Okay, next card is Reaper Function. So this is an attack 2 with a nice little AoE pattern there. I can't remember what the Brute card is, but it's the same as the Brute one, the level 1 Brute card, I think. It's not Leaping Cleave, but there was another one that they had. I can't remember what it was. 1 XP, I mean, it seems pretty decent. In terms of XP gain on this character, I mean, we're going to gain quite a bit on the looks of things by just playing our abilities, but also just playing our summons. So XP-wise, we should be good. Yeah, decent attack, role player type attack. If we have, of course, Hunter Killer out, so the Jackal mech, then this could be quite nice because it's add +1 to all of our melee attacks. So this would be 3, essentially. So it would turn into a super duper Leaping Cleave if we have the Jackal mech as our mode. So something to probably try and do. The bottom is transfer. So this is one of the ways we transfer, and then loot 1. So this could be a nice way for if a summon has killed something, and loot has dropped, then maybe we can transfer into them and we can pick up that loot that the summon has already gotten for us, right? Because the summons are still going to go before our turn. So they're going to go, take their turn, do their thing, maybe kill something, then we can transfer into them, loot, and then maybe we then attack something else or whatever. So some nice interplay there because our summons will hopefully be killing stuff for us. Gives us an opportunity to do some efficient looting, hopefully. Sweeping blow, thank you, yeah. So launch pod is attack 3, range 3. Play 1 card from your hand to perform a summon action of the card as if you were occupying a hex occupied by a target of the attack ability. Interesting. Play 1 card from your hand to perform a summon action of the card as if you were occupying a hex occupied by a target of the attack ability. So thematically, this is awesome, right? Launch pod. Essentially, we're going to be attacking an enemy for 3, and then one of our summons is going to like just appear next to them. Like literally, it's like we've launched the summon at the enemy. It's like dinged off their head or something into the adjacent hex, and then it's like unraveled or whatever, right? Really, really cool. Great way to get something that has like a very bad amount of movement out with something that's not so good. So for example, like, you know, throwing an armored tank at them, pretty interesting. Like throw an armored tank, 2-3 damage, and then bam, you've got a big guy with, you know, shield 1 right on the front line, who will take the brunt of the next attack as well. So very, very cool. I think it's also pretty cool for like maybe throwing out like something like the sniper turret. Maybe could be a good idea to get that out in somewhere which may be awkward. Could be quite a good way of doing that. Also, of course, getting the Jackal Mech out, but I think probably because it happens on your turn, unless you can get them to control, you probably want to, I would say like something defensive is probably a better way of doing it. Like those evil deep terrors spawning after attacking us, exactly. Now we can finally have our revenge. The bottom is transfer, heal to self. So again, this is quite nice because we can transfer into something that has damage, then we can heal 2 of that damage back off of us immediately. So this just gives us a really easy way to transfer into an enemy, take some of that damage basically away, mitigate that damage, and we're hopefully into a really good position to maybe do something. So like for example, we could let the Jackal Mech do its thing, it attacks something, then potentially we go, great, we're going to transfer into the Jackal Mech, heal ourselves for 2, taking off the damage that we would have taken from the Jackal Mech. Then we can immediately maybe do like Reaper function and attack a bunch of stuff, right? You can start to see how like there's some really interesting interplay between all of the different cards here. Like for sure, it looks really, really fun. Okay. Interference. I mean, initiative-wise as well, I think we got a 16, now got a 21. Initiative-wise, it's not looking so hot though. We'll have to maybe be a bit careful here. So interference is transfer. So this is quite interesting because it's a transfer first. Transfer, then we heal 2 again. So actually similar to this, which is quite nice. Then all adjacent allies and enemies suffer 1 damage. That could be like a pretty reasonable ability. Maybe a little bit. Oh, I don't know actually. What you could do with this is you could like transfer into the armored tank, heal yourself for 2, do some damage to the enemy. Then you could use a bottom ability to transfer away again to something else, bringing back the armored tank with full health, or the Jackal Mech with full health. This could be quite a nice interplay where you might want to double transfer in a turn. I like it. I feel like there's definitely some strategy here about transferring twice in a single turn to just do some extra damage, kill some stuff, run away, and basically reset the damage on something like your tank. Seems like a good idea. Maybe with the Leaper. Oh yeah, or with the Leaper, yeah. this class is a brain burn. It is a little bit, but actually I feel like there's... Once you start to see the connections, I don't think it's too bad. Didn't think about double transfer. I was thinking like Gemini. Yeah, I mean, like, double transfer, I think is... I mean, I'm not convinced it's like, yeah, it's super, super amazing, but I think it looks like it could be in certain situations, could be great. But notice that both of our bottom transfers right now are also on our 2 best attacks. So maybe that won't... We need to find another bottom transfer, maybe. The bottom is move 2. All enemies that target one of your adjacent summons with an attack this round target you with the attack instead, regardless of range or line of sight. Okay, so it's pretty similar to Eye for an Eye in a way. A little bit like Eye for an Eye on the Brute. All enemies that target one of your adjacent summons with an attack this round target you with an attack instead, regardless of range or line of sight. Yeah. So basically, we take the damage instead. Yeah, we've sort of seen that kind of ability before. Could be good, you know, just to save them for a round of damage. Could be good. Next is Faceless Entity. So we've got Attack 2, Transfer, Attack 2. Now this looks to me like this will be like a absolute beast of a card, right? Because it's going to allow us to do silly things like attack something for 2, transfer into the Jackal Mech, or get the bonus from Jackal Mech, then maybe like transfer into something else so that we don't get the downside, then we get to do another attack 2 or something, or vice versa, like transfer into the Jackal Mech afterwards. So this card is like full-blown, this card is full-blown shenanigans. Absolute shenanigans. 12 initiative 2, which is like really, really early. And the bottom is 2, move 2, transfer, move 2. Again, really good way to just position, potentially take some damage off your summons and position them in a way that you want. It's good. And of course, it allows all your summons to go before the enemies, hopefully. I like it. You don't know much about this class, but I feel as at first glance, it caught up a card. Absolutely. The problem, I think that the thing with this class is going to be how many summons do you really want? And which summons can you hold in your hand for a little bit and maybe use for their bottom abilities for a while? And then maybe you would play them a little bit later on, right? You're probably going to want to have like maybe two out per room, something like that. So you'll have one that you play on the first turn, or that you play as your first... It's not even as your first action, you just do it. At the start of the scenario, you get to play one. So at the start of the scenario, you're already down to 10 cards, right? So you go from 11 to 10 immediately. So actually, Stamina Potion is not a good card for this character because you actually get to... Well, I say it's not a good item. It's still a good item, of course, but it's less of a good item because you're actually just... You're basically a 10 card hand anyway to start the scenario. Because you're going to burn one immediately without even counting as a turn. So you're down to 10. And then from that point, you probably want to play one more. Maybe. So then maybe you jump between 2 for the first room, maybe. And then maybe the second room, you might go up to 3. I don't know. But yeah, you probably want, like, I imagine, like, for example, the Leaper seems like it's always going to be very solid. It's just a move 4 jump. And to be honest, the Sniper Turret, attack 1, range 4 on the bomb is not too bad either. My gut feeling is that these 3 are like the ones that I would want to play probably the most urgently. And then this is more situational. This is situational. This is situational, I think. Anyway, so now onto the X cards. Reassemble. So transfer, instead of placing your previous transfer card standee on the map as a summon, move that card to your discard pile. Wow. Wowee. How about that, chat? I mean, that is a core mechanic if you've ever seen one. I mean, it's an X card, but that feels pretty core. Infinite XP, yeah, kind of is. Basically allows us to turn what would be a burn card into a non-burn. Definitely something that, definitely a good leaper candidate. '27 initiative. Play one card from your lost pile to perform a summon action on the card. Transfer. That's pretty good too. Yeah, I feel like reassemble. That's an X card, but that just feels like really powerful. And the bottom is interesting too. Yeah, like that also just, I mean, if you, for example, if you kind of screw up the top, you at least get a really good bottom here too. And the good thing is that you can immediately transfer into it if you wanted to, and then move two. So you could play one from your lost pile, back in, transfer into it, and then move two afterwards. It's pretty good, because then you'd be like, for example, that could be like getting the Jackal mech back, right? Imagine getting Jackal mech back with that. They'd be like, great, now I have +1 on all of my attacks. Then I'm going to use Reaper function with the top ability. You know, burn this bottom, get Jackal mech back, Reaper function. It's pretty good. Top is reusable, but bottom is unrecoverable. Yeah, understandably, because it is insane. The top of that card could break the game. No, not necessarily. In certain ways, yes, but because you have to have the summon already out, right? I don't know, possibly. But it's kind of like when people say you can break the game with 3 spears. It's like, yeah, but are you winning scenarios in which you kind of do that always? I don't know. You could play a permanent burn card multiple times. Well, only a summon. And only one of your summons, right? It's pretty specialized to what this character is doing. The last one is remote control. Grant one of your summons an attack +1, 1 XP. Then grant one of your summons move +1. Ooh, move +1, eh? Does that move the sniper turret then? No, because zero is always no move, right? Yeah, pretty good with the generator, yeah. Good with the generator, good with the jackal. Also pretty usable. Yeah, there is definitely a way that you can give something movement that doesn't have movement, or you could in Gloomhaven at least. I don't know if they changed rules in Frosthaven, because there was like 1 or 2 cards that would allow you to do it, and it was because you were specifically, I think it was because you were specifically granting them. So maybe this one, I don't know, because you're specifically granting a set amount of movement. But if it's a move +1, this doesn't work because they have no movement to begin with, or something like that. I can't really remember. So like this one might be the one that works because you're granting them a amount of movement. Whereas like this wouldn't work because you are increasing the movement that they already have and it's a 0. Null does not, yeah, null doesn't, yeah, exactly. This is like you have no move value, right? Yeah. That's how banner spell works with the banners, right? Granting a specific number of movement. Yeah. I forgot about that character, you know. Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah, so this would allow us to move the sniper turret. This would not. Okay, anyway, on to level 2 cards. Are the next Frosthaven guides coming out soon? I want to work on the Deathwalker one this weekend coming. So I didn't get time to do it this weekend in the end. I had too much stuff going on. But yeah, Deathwalker is next. Then after that will probably be Trapper. And then after that will probably be Deep Wraith. And then it will be one of these 2 characters. But yeah, a guide, like one of those guides pretty much takes me like pretty much 2 full days to do, almost. Okay, so level 2 cards, we have Force Field and we have a long range missile. So Force Field is summon dampening unit, 5 health, 1 attack, 2 move, range 2 summon. All adjacent allies gain shield 1. Pretty nice. Nice little synergy with the tank as well, right? The mode is gain 2 shield for the first attack that damages you each round. That's pretty nice too. That's actually pretty nice too, especially at like 2-player where perhaps the amount of attacks that I suffer will be less. But in terms of like as far as tanking things go, it's not bad. And it actually has a decent amount of health itself, as well as an okay amount of movement. And it's ranged, so it's not gonna like get itself into too much trouble. I quite like that. 78 initiative is like very low for a summon, I guess you'd say. Move 5, great. So potentially a card you would use just for the move 5 for a little bit. But again, I don't know how important movement's gonna be because we're gonna be a lot of transferring, so. The other card is long range missile, attack 3, range 5. That is a very long range missile. 19 initiative, it's pretty early. Early initiative is always going to be really important on summoning characters, just so that we can kind of make sure our summons get to act before the enemy does, and then we can, you know, react ourselves to what's going on. Whenever one of your summons would suffer damage, you may instead suffer that amount of damage -1, transfer with that summon, discard this card, and gain 1 XP. That's pretty cool. That's actually a pretty decent bottom ability too. Kind of a little bit like the level 9 Sunkeeper card, huh? Except this is like a one-off, not like permanent. I quite like that. I guess it's a little bit of a do-nothing style card though. That'll be my only concern. Like the thing with this character is that it, much like the Trapper that I had before, there may be a bit of a trap. Get it? Maybe a bit of a trap here of falling into, of like dawdling a bit. Like the bottom of this, like, it's actually it's a pretty decent ability, but is it a bit dawdly? When really we should just be attacking for 3. I don't think we have any way of increasing our range, do we? We've got nothing that increases our range damage right now. Let's have a look at some more cards and see if there's like these 2 build into anything. I mean, we have this thing that reduces my range, but I mean, this 5 range is huge. So you just know to be not 100% sure it works. So if you swap with a wounded summon and you have the wound prevention perk, you just don't absorb the wound, right? Yeah, like you just, yeah, the wound thing doesn't happen. Yeah. Okay. Rapid fire. Summon Machine Bolter. 3 health, no move, attack 2, range 3, target 2. That's pretty decent. Target 2. Very decent, actually. It's just a summon. The mode is add +1 target to all of your ranged abilities. Okay, great. All of your ranged attacks have -1 range. Okay, great. So long range, we can fire 2 long range missiles. That's pretty good. That's 6 damage potentially. That's really good, actually. No movement on this thing though, so I guess we'll have to be doing this. Although saying that, reassemble, these kinds of cards are probably really good for reassemble targets, because instead of having to like worry about, oh god, they're like so far behind, how do we get them to the front? You can just be like, okay, great. What we'll do is we'll just reassemble you. Like that's just probably a better way of playing. Launch pod is solid. Yeah, launch pod 2. It would reduce the range to 2, right? Which I guess is a bit, maybe a little bit trickier, but not that bad. But yeah, we've definitely got 2 really good, potentially 2 really good attacks that will combo with this. And high impact projectiles would then potentially target 3 things, I guess, we want to. Move 2, grant 2 of your summons, move 2. Well, that's a good way of moving some summons around again, I guess. Hijack, transfer, grant the summon placed by the transfer ability, attack +1. Oh, interesting. So this would be, so you would use this in a bit of a different way, right? You would go, so let's say we were like next to an enemy and we were kind of like in the fray. You would potentially use this to like swap in the armored tank into your position, and then the armored tank will get to do an attack 3 and be at the front line, right? Something like that. This gives you some nice little things you can do, some little tricks. And then the bottom is grant 1 enemy within range 4, move 1, attack 2. Control 1 enemy within range 4. Okay. That's also not too bad, to be honest. You know, considering the amount of like passive conditions that a lot of enemies in Frosthaven have. A lot of them have like innate wound, innate poison, innate curse, innate muddle. A lot of them have retaliate. You could use this in a really good way, I think. The X summon gets +1 attack. Yeah, true. You could use it on the generator, right? Do an attack 3 on everything. Ooh. Or take both level 3s and swap in the turret for attack 3, target 2. What? Well, let's have a look at what level 4s are. I mean, I guess that's a possibility, but we'd have to sub out a level 4, right? Or something? Plague Protocol. Summon Toxin Distributor. So 6 health. Move 2, attack 2. It's a melee summon. Poison. Heals targeting you do not increase your hit point value, but we add poison to all of our attacks. Ooh, kind of spicy. Interesting. I guess you could use that with Reaper function in a nice way, right? Just Reaper function for a little bit. Also not bad with like Launch Pod either, really. Or Fearless Entity. So many ways to play this guy, it hurts your brain. Yeah, I feel like you're just gonna have to pick a way and stick to it. Control one enemy, move them into hazardous terrain. Oh yeah, I suppose we could do that too, right? That's some good synergy there. Big downside, but one you can work around. Just jump out when you need to. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it doesn't give us poison, so it's not increasing the amount of damage that we take. It's just stopping us from being able to heal. I guess the problem, yeah. Yeah, it just means that basically you can't stay with this up permanently, which is kind of an interesting idea. 98, this is our latest initiative yet, right? Move 1, transfer, shield 2. Seems like a fairly decent way to maybe... move a summon in or out, I guess. And then shield 2. Shield 2 is great. That 98 initiative, though, you ain't shielding 2 on 98 initiative. So what are you pairing that with that we've got so far? What are you pairing it with? Oh, probably Faceless Entity, maybe? Yeah, you're probably pairing it with Faceless Entity. But then you're doing so much transferring, that's going to, like, screw your brain up, right? Although transfer is optional. Transfer is optional, chat. You don't have to use it. So in that sense, you know, move 1, shield 2, and if we played it with something like this, could be quite good anyway. Yeah, okay. Divergent Destruction's the other card. Attack 2, transfer, attack 3. Now that looks pretty nice. Transfer, move 3. All adjacent allies and enemies suffer 1 damage. Ooh. Ooh. That's a tough decision at 4, huh? Like, this is just a strict upgrade to this, pretty much. And, you know, I imagine that this is going to be a card that we absolutely love. So having a second copy of it is going to be even better. I guess the distinction here is, do you want to go ranged or do you want to go melee? And I would suggest that with our party comp, with Meteor putting so much terrain down in awkward places, that ranged would be the way to go. You know, we essentially could really play tower defense, couldn't we? Because we could just put up a bunch of ranged summons that just keep plinking away at the enemy while they just get really frustrated by not being able to move. Tough choice. Let's go for 5. Oh no. This looks like an absolute... Okay. One of this has the word Geminate on it. Okay. Pause, champ. Net dispersal. Let's do the easy one first, or easier one. Summon trapping unit. 7 health. Move 3, attack 2. When attacked, reduced by 1 for each negative condition the attacker has. Oh, cool. And it has immobilized. Okay, so if the enemy has negative conditions, it reduces their... That's quite unique. I like that. We've got lots of ways of adding poison, right? And wound. Do we have a model? I don't know if we have a model. But yeah, we have ways of doing that. We could give them poison, wound. That's like -2. It's basically like shield 2. And then with this, it'll be like 3. You cannot perform move abilities, but add immobilize to all your attacks. Ooh, that's a spicy one to jump into, huh? Jump into, and then transfer straight out again. That's like one of these, right? Attack something for 2, transfer into this, attack something for 2 to immobilize it, and then maybe like transfer away or something. Or like you transfer in. I don't know, there's some interplay there for sure. There's some clever interplay for sure there. The bottom is immobilized, target 3, range 3. Also just very good control. Very good control. Although I don't know whether or not I care so much about immobilized when I've got lots of terrain in play. I mean, I guess I want to stick them on point things anyway. I guess immobilized is still going to be very good. It's an interesting one, that one. Okay, let's read this other card then. Reduce what by 1? Damage. So when this is attacked, reduce the damage that it takes by 1 for each negative condition the attacker has. And it has immobilized as part of its attack. So basically it's always going to be reducing enemies' attacks probably by 1. But potentially more than that. It's actually a really good tank. It's actually better than the armored tank if you manage to get enough negative conditions out. So yeah, code Geminate. If you have 2 modes, you may move 1 mode card. If you have 2 modes, 2 summons, right, that have modes. If you have 2 modes, you may move 1 mode card. Okay, so if I have 2 mode cards up, you may move 1 mode card from your active area to your discard pile. Okay, so pretty similar to reassemble. If you have 1 mode card, you may place 1 card with a summon action from your hand in your active area without gaining experience and place a mode token on it. Treat this card as an additional active mode. Oh. So we just go full tank. Shield 1, heal 2 every round. Yeah, like what would be a good 2 pairing, right? What would be a good 2 pairing? Shield. Shield and heal. I mean, like, that's very difficult for the enemies to deal with. Jump. Just jump. Free jump. Jump and heal. What about the previous ones that we had? Permanent +1 to all of your ranged abilities. And then permanent poison. I mean, this is all in, but imagine going for these 2. Yeah, I got target 1 to all of my ranged abilities, and I got poison on all of my attacks, but I cannot heal. I guess the sniper turret though would change your melee abilities into this. So this would then be an attack 2, range 2, right? Oh, I don't know. That's a lot to think about. And then it's move 4, grant one of your summons move 4. Okay. Right, very brief look at 6, and then I think that will be that for the cards. So I feel like from where I'm standing, I think I want to try and maybe do a ranged build here. That seems like probably the better play for like my pairing. Because melee is going to be a little bit difficult. I'm going to play melee cards, absolutely. Because these ones let me kind of jump in and out, right? But I feel like I want to probably play a little bit more into the range side of the character. So 6, we have Spinning Blade, summon Sword Propeller. It is 1 health. Ugh. Move 5, attack 2. Give wound to all adjacent figures and self at the end of turn. What? That's not... Oh, it's a replayable one. Okay. At the end of each of your turns, 1 adjacent enemy suffers 2 damage and you suffer 1 damage. Ooh, that's kind of spicy too. I like the all-in nature of it. This seems like this would be a good one for Code Geminate, wouldn't it? If you wanted to go for like a melee build. Possibly. Move 3, attack 1, target 2. Seems also pretty decent. Very decent, actually. Good use for the immune to wound perk. Yeah. Triage program. Transfer. Heal 5 self. So yeah, then transfer away again. So basically you could just heal a summon and then come back again if you want. So a good way to kind of keep your tank in the fight maybe. Transfer, loot 1, heal 2 self. Also a better version of this card, the bottom of Reaper function. Okay, well I think we kind of have a general sense of where the character's going. It actually feels pretty flexible. It doesn't feel like any of like that there's like a massive like you should definitely pick this, and this. It does feel like mixing and matching probably wouldn't be the end of the world. Okay, I think we got a good sense. So let's look at what the kind of the plan to level 4 is really, I think. Plan to level 4, and then we can decide whether or not we want to go Code Geminate or not when we get there. Because Code Geminate, to be fair, I think works with any build, but it's a very particular, like, I'm going for that type situation, right? Okay, so I feel like level 2 then the play would be to go long range missile, probably. Then at level 3, in that case, it would be you would go Machine Bolter at level 3. So this would be kind of on point for the ranged build. Then level 4, you are probably also taking Plague Protocol, probably. Though having said that, Divergent Destruction is just so value. Maybe tough. And then level 5, you could go for either or depending on how you wanted to play. I feel like Code Geminate, if I wanted to go for a range build, you would consider using the Toxin Distributor and the Machine Bolter together, I think. But the fact that the Sniper just basically turns your single targets into ranged anyway, kind of means that this stuff is really good anyway. Like, Sniper just basically making this ranged, and maybe just adding poison to everything is not as good as I think it is. Plus, this is more of the tanking build, right? Yeah, maybe it's something like this, this, and this. And then at level 5, you go Code Geminate, and you play Sniper Turret, maybe. Yeah. That's kind of like, I think, roughly where I'm at, maybe. Me may change this, but I think like that's roughly where I'm at. Okay, right, so let's figure out our hand then. So I think it's interesting because Reassemble might be actually one of the weaker cards that we have. So we get 11 to start with. I think the tank is pretty. It's going to be pretty useful. But maybe it's like too much. Maybe we lean on our Pyroclast for more tank. I mean, I played pretty much the entire 2 pairing last time with no tank and did fine with just using control. So perhaps our control is so good we don't have to worry about tank. So maybe we can go no armor tank. I feel like the Leaper is just going to be useful, especially with all of the obstacles potentially around. So obviously this is quite good at just healing some stuff, but maybe less good with the ranged build because we'll be targeted less. I do feel like we want some heal though. Like otherwise you're just going to be kind of screwed. So maybe we get rid of interference. This is situational, so I feel like this comes in sometimes, but I don't think it's like our go-to. I mean, actually, maybe it has enough play with remote control that it's worthwhile. I feel like the Leaper is probably not really needed. It's going to get in the way of all of our like terrain. It's going to just like do weird stuff and just kind of play havoc with our game plan. If our game plan is to like, you know, basically just turret defense and turtle, it's not really going to do that. But it is a move 4 jump, so maybe we should keep... yeah, it is a move 4 jump. Maybe I should keep it for that. Perhaps the repair drone will be good enough with just the heal 2 on that. Like for a couple of turns of heal. Well, that's 11. Then level 2, we're taking long range missile. Yeah, try that. I mean, this is clearly a class chat that we're going to need to spend a lot of time thinking about. I've just noticed the time as well. I really need to like kind of go to bed on time. So we obviously need to spend a lot more time on thinking about this, but sure. Perks then, we'll do the perks while we can. So the big one here is whenever you long rest, you may do so on any initiative value, choosing your initiative after all ability cards have been revealed, and decide how your summons perform their abilities for the round. I mean, that is, in my opinion, that's pretty strong, because, you know, you can get your summons to run away, you could get them to focus fire down an enemy that's, you know, maybe wouldn't be their normal focus, but you could choose. Like, when you're talking about ranged summons, that's pretty powerful, because ranged summons are always gonna, you know, maybe they might be targeting something that's not really the best thing to target. This way you can do that. It also feels like a character that will probably want to long rest a fair bit. The other perk is at the end of your short rests, you may transfer. I don't like the idea of that. I don't, you know, we're going to be a character that will play quite a few things out. We probably do want to long rest to heal and stuff. So I think you get one or the other probably. And then whenever you would gain wound, prevent the condition. There's, I mean, obviously if our guys get wound, then that sucks. But I don't feel like we need to worry about that right now. That doesn't feel like a really pressing one. So we have 3 perk points. We can get rid of the -2 card, which is obviously very good, I think, when you have lots of summons. I think I like the long rest one, because we're going to probably long rest mid-room at least once or twice. Transfer out of your modifier deck. Oh, I see. You mean replace 1+1 with 1+1 after stack transfer? Yeah, I see what you mean. I feel like we're gonna want to go for... This app never used to be this fussy with this, I swear to God. I mean, getting rid of the -2 is just good, right? You don't want your summons drawing a -2. So many of our summons are attacking for 1 or 2. You just don't want that. Yeah, we lose the +1, but I would rather be drawing +0 from my deck at this stage than, you know, a +2 at any point. It's basically a miss. The rolling poisons and wounds will be pretty good at some point. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I like those two. Good. Okay, so that's all good. I need to draw personal quests for both of these, don't I? So let's do personal quest for our hive. Oh no, we draw 2, right? And then we choose. That's how it works. Continue prosperity or team building. Donate 70 gold to the Temple of the Great Oak. Okay. So how quickly can you do that, right? Is it 5 gold each time? 5. I mean, it's relatively long, isn't it? It's a minimum of 14 scenarios. It's pretty much on the nose. And there's nothing I can do about that. There's no way I can speed that up or anything. The other one is during 8 different outpost phases, read a person's name in an event or section. I mean, what is that? I mean, can that happen quite quickly? Read a person's name. That's like... Can't even control that one. I can't, but... I'm trying to think, like, anecdotally, have we actually done that, you know? Like, you know, how long anecdotally would that help? Like from where we've been playing for so long? You know, we've been doing this for so long. How, if we'd done this, how quickly would it have been? Like, for example, in the previous one, we did at least one. Don't worry, we'll sub during Outpost phases so you can read our names. Easy peasy. If only. I can lengthen it. I mean, I don't know how long I want to play this character for. Like, I want to play the character for a little while, but I mean, 15, 16 scenarios is quite a lot. But I mean, I guess it's the average, isn't it, really? I guess it's just the average. I guess the thing is that if this ends up being 1 in 2, that's still like 16, right? And it's only per outpost phase. So the quickest this could be is 8. The longest this could be God knows how long. Yeah, it's got to be this one. Like, the shortest this is 8, but this could well be way more than that. Could be way more than that. Right, we'll go for continued prosperity. Watch my next 8 events be ones with names. Yep. Yeah, it feels bad, man. Hang on, that's one I just had. Return to simplicity. Kill 15 ruined machines. Nope. Eighth Outpost. I think 44 was the same one though, wasn't it? No, 65. Immediately unlock a strong foundation, 65, and follow it to a conclusion. That's probably a pretty good one, right? I mean, it could be a long chain, but it at least gives me something to go on. I'm not going to kill 15 ruined machines. I mean, I could just do that in one scenario by cheesing it, but what's the point? Am I going to play these guys tomorrow, do you think? Or you'll go for a side scenario or a main one? I don't know yet. I haven't decided. But I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'll be streaming Wednesday. So we'll do Aether Outpost. I think. So that is scenario 65. So I'll just quickly grab that. So we know what we got to do. 65. Oh, it's going to be calendar gated. It's going to be exactly 15, isn't it? GG, Isaac. You would highly recommend doing scenario 65? Yeah, I will do, because I can see from the calendar that the next one is a calendar one. So yes, we will be doing scenario 65 next, just to get it in the calendar, get it done. Not that I want to retire the Meteor straight away, but I want to get it in the calendar. Good. Okay, so let's very briefly think about items then that we could buy. We have 30 gold. Is that right? Seems a bit less. $10 times player plus 20 gold. Yeah, that's not enough, right? Oh, because it doesn't know what my prosperity level is here, probably. Yeah. So it should be... I should get 60. Right? 40 plus... Yeah, it's 60. Very cool. $60. Right, let's have a look at items then we can buy from Le Shop, shall we? Right, so for Pyroclast, first and foremost, let's have a look and see at them. Got myself in all of the muddle. These are all the high level cards, right? Yeah. No. The frick? Oh, yeah. Right, so what do the Pyroclasts really want, do we think, from these sets of items? We've got lots of nice items to buy from now, though, which is great. Got a lot of cool items to choose from. So we were thinking maybe like, maybe jump boots. I guess Data Drive would have been a really good item to play if we were playing the short rest strategy on the... on the Hive. Okay. I think, so we do a lot of push, don't we? Attractive bracelet immediately stands out as an item that would be very useful, right? Enticing Bell also works really well. Wing shoes as well. I think we can rule out stuff like, Heater Shield might be okay as like a, if we had money left over. I think we can rule out that. Booster speed might be interesting. I guess leather armor might be fine. But we might actually want something better. I guess I should also look at craftable items here, but I've got so many. I haven't got time to go through all of these today. Did I distill? Yes, I did distill all of my potions. Oh God. I'm making a big mess. What kind of like hand items would we want? See, I thought about getting crude boots as an option. Then maybe we take the jump at level 2. Maybe we don't bother with jump at all. What are we? We're mainly like melee. Got a couple of big attacks, haven't we? Not many. What is that crazy thing that shows every element? Tome of Elements. During your turn, create every element. Elements do not move from strong to waning at the end of this round, so it keeps the elements up for an additional round. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, I can always make cured leather armor, couldn't I? Element potion seems okay. Oh, we want to use laser lens. Oh, for sure. We're going to use laser lens. That's a head slot item. That's going to be definitely an item that we want to use. So how much we got? We got 60. 25 seems quite good. It basically does the same thing as this, but cheaper. I guess attractive racer is a little bit better. So that's 25, 40. That means I don't get the crew boots bonus though. So 20 left. Anything decent for 20? I mean, I guess Wild Growth Seeds is pretty good, but I'm only gonna have one small slot item for now. But Wild Growth Seeds is pretty good. Or we don't go for the winged shoes. And we go for attractive bracelet. And then we have 20 left. And we go for... and we just lose 5 gold. Interesting. Don't think I desperately need wing shoes. No, neither do I. I kind of want to play the other one as well. I want to play crude boots. I haven't played with crude boots this entire time. So there's like something like a dagger. Or it's enticing bell. Got 35 left. Ah, no, let's just go. Let's go this. And let's just chuck a poison dagger in there. Like what's to lose there, you know? All the other items are just not very good. I feel like this is fine. We do have quite a bit of poison already. I feel like we probably want wild growth seeds, but we can't, because we can't equip 2 items right now. It's not so good. Maybe I should just get it anyway to just hedge. And then I've saved myself 5 gold. I just don't feel like poison daggers. Yeah, let's just do that. We'll just get these 2. And I know that we can only run with like 1 for the time being. But I feel like wild growth seeds is just so strong that that it's just something to get. It immediately combos off with so much stuff in a single turn. So it's just so strong. We'll just get both. Okay, so that's what we're gonna buy with that 60 for you. So you're down to 0. Obviously, I can't craft anything anyway, can I? Until they get some resources themselves. So then on the 60 gold for the hive, I feel like... I mean, Warden's Robe seems like a solid choice, right? Don't think I need boots. So the next thing would be probably Poison Dagger, or... because we could just double attack something, yeah. Although I'm planning on going a ranged build, so... Tri-corner hat could be interesting. Just give myself an additional range and PS1 to one of my ranged attacks. You know, that could help me get one of those multi-targets a bit better, maybe. Yeah, I think that's fine for first 2 items. I guess, well, I guess would I want advantage though? Am I going to want advantage? Possibly. I don't know. Tricorner hat seems also kind of fine. If a little bit forgettable. Initiative, I think we're okay on this character. We're either late or early. That's it. I guess Data Drive would be the fun one to play with him, but... yeah, let's just go with that. I also, there's an element here that I would like to play with some items that are just not the ones that I usually play with. You know, just to kind of get a good sense of how good they actually are. I do, even now with Frosthaven, I have a tendency to just fall into like the, oh yeah, of course, I get Poison Dagger because I can like attack something for 2, then poison it, and then attack it again, like, and immediately get the +1 attack. Like, yeah, I can do that, but also maybe I should try and like broaden my horizons a little bit, you know? Play with some kind of like more interesting items occasionally. Oh no, what's going on here? Oh shoot. Oh, I kind of screwed up again. This is what happens when you take all of the cards out of the box. It's now just become a mess. Probably out of order now as well. Yeah, they are out of order now. Way out of order. Dang it. Oh, okay, actually, maybe it's not so bad. Okay, cool. Oh. Right. So, I think we're there. Man. Okay. We've got items, we've got our characters, we've picked our cards, we know what we're doing. Right. Good. So now let us, I guess we can just go to construction, right? Because we can't actually, well, I guess we could craft a potion, I guess. Do we have a small slot? We do have a small slot on Hive. Maybe we get a potion for Hive. What kind of potion would be good for Hive? Yeah, I guess a healing potion wouldn't be bad. Power potion's not too bad either. Or we just go for a random 3 combination and just hope we hit gold. Yeah, maybe we do that. Something that protects the summons. I feel like Stone Skin Potion would probably do that. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we should just go for a new one, right? So what was that? Stone Skin was that and that. So if we do that, and Axe Nut maybe? Okay. So we're gonna do a 3-er. And we are going to do Axe Nut. Axe Nut, Rock Root, Corpse Cap. Got a good feeling about this one. Got a good feeling about it. Major Frenzy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 1-1-1. Ooh, that's not a bad one, huh? During your turn, perform an attack 4. I mean, on this character, when we can potentially, that could be an attack 5. Hey. Pretty decent. Pretty damn decent, actually. We got plenty of early initiatives, too. I'll take that. That'll definitely do some work. What items did I get for the Hive? I got Warden's Robes and Tricorner Hat. Attack 4, range 2, target 2. Yeah, I suppose I could change that because it's a single target attack, right? So actually it would work really well with the sniper turret. Yeah, actually that's a big hit. Big hits. Right, so I need to put some stuff on the board and then we need to maybe construct some stuff. So I felt like maybe we do the Hall of Revelry just to get it going. I don't really know what it does, but I kind of want to get the mechanic going. Whatever that mechanic may be. I need money. Oh yeah, of course, I've got no money. Oh yeah, I can't construct anything. Oh, good point. All right, we won't be constructing anything because we spent all of our money. Good point. I kind of forgot about that. Maybe I should have considered selling one of the items to just get a bunch of gold, but... I'll stick the level 0s on everywhere though, just so they're on the board. Just in case I somehow forget. a little bit further forward for you guys so you can see it. I can upgrade. Oh yeah, I suppose I can upgrade. Is there anything to upgrade though? I don't think there is much to upgrade. Are you kidding me? Is this on a fold? Like right down the middle? Oh my god, why? Why you fold? Hey enthusiast, how you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the resub. Okay, what did you miss? The world's longest outpost base, I think. I think I have the world record now. I think it's true. Probably best to catch the VOD on YouTube tomorrow, bud. Or on here later on as well. Do-do-do-do-do-do. What? This one like overlaps the other sticker. What? Why? The frick? What? This sticker is cut all wrong. What the hell? Yeah, the sticker doesn't go over the number 81. That is weird. I guess the next sticker is long enough to go over it, but that is so weird. Like, all of the other stickers have gone over the number, but that sticker does not go over the number. The zero stickers don't sometimes. I mean, maybe it's because I always was straight building them as soon as I got them. I didn't put very many of the zeros out, I guess. Maybe it's the first one that actually that happens on. Why can't I not see? There. Just makes it more difficult to know where they're supposed to be, you know? Oh, yes. Again, I guess it doesn't matter because they're going to be basically stuck over pretty soon. So I guess that doesn't matter too much. Okay, so in terms of upgrading then, can't upgrade that, can't upgrade that, can't upgrade that. I can upgrade the garden. Sure, that's probably worth doing, right? 422. Maybe I upgrade the garden. Then you get a second plot. That's actually probably worth it. All right, we'll upgrade the garden. So that's going to cost us 4 wood, 2 metal, 2 wood, 2 metal, 2 hide. What? I haven't built it yet. Soon. Don't be so hasty. Soon. 10, 16. Don't worry, we'll get that. We'll get that. soon TM. +1 prosperity and then 78.4. I need to change my prosperity on this system, I think. Funnily enough, that nearly took us to level 3. How awkward that would that have been if that now takes us... I mean, we wouldn't be able to level up anyway, but we would have automatically leveled up. 78.4. Let's go to section book. Yeah, I'm 1 off 5.
Once complete, the garden draws young and old alike to contribute to its maintenance. In the summer, it will grow Arctic flowers and edible green tinberries. In the winter months, root vegetables and squash. Among the rows, you greet Lysteritus, a savas who is busy tending to tea plants. Guiding you around, its rocky
God damn it,
face
that would have been
tranquil,
one name.
Lysteritus queries you about your collection excursions outside of Frosthaven.
If you'd like to plant a sample of what you find here, you will be able to propagate more of them for your use.
Oh, hang on a
Lysteritus
minute.
is patient with your many
We're playing the old
gardening
one, aren't we?
questions.
Doi. Doi. I'm playing the old one. I need to play it from the new one. Okay, there's nothing on it. Okay, it's fine. Not gonna get triggered by it. We still get +1 prosperity, but we get 1 more plot, which is the important thing. I'm confusing myself. Right. 1 more plot. Where's the garden stickers? Shoot. Garden, 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 garden. Go. Hang on a minute. Wasn't there a load of blank ones? You always do that every time? Yeah, it's just so easy to do, isn't it? I'm like, oh yeah, I just did this, I do this bit. Forget that you've done it. Aha! No, that's not it. Aha! No, that's not it either. What? That's awkward. We should have another load of stickers somewhere. I don't know where they're gone. Oh, here they are. I really need to organize this a bit better. I have, like, this is just organized chaos back here, chat, with with the box. So which one am I supposed to do now? Level 2. Okay, there's the extra plot there. I don't get to plant anything in it yet, though. Not until I get the card. What orientation was the card in, by the way? I think it was in plant herbs, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was. Nice. All right, so we'll get to do some more stickies on that next time. Oh, and the keycard, of course. Keycard is good to a character. I remember the one thing we haven't done so far is actually look at the standees. I don't know if we did last time, but standee reveal. To be honest, that one's kind of boring. The Pyroclast, I don't know about that. That's probably one of the most boringest minis I think I've seen. It's really boring. I mean, maybe with some paint, you could make it look good, but that's, I mean, it's kind of underwhelming, that one. Yeah, when he's paint badly, yeah, it just not look good. Oh yeah, this guy looks pretty cool though. All right, redeemed with the hive though. This one would also look very cool with paint. Bit better. Well, they both fit in the standee bases, so that's a win in my book. You fit in the standees bases. Oh, hang on. Is the hive not gonna fit? Oh, you do not do this to me. It's got like a built-up stuff. I think it probably will, but it's close. It's very tight. Just about. All right, well then, I believe that will be... Oh, hang on. No, still got 2 more stickers to stick. I was like, that would be the end. No, we've got to do these because we're going to try and do this mission. 65. It's got to be somewhere in the middle there. Yeah, there it is. Bring this down for you guys to see. Two more sticks. Painted your hive like Iron Lad yesterday. Looks pretty sharp. What's Iron Lad? That rings a bell, but I couldn't say exactly what that is. Is it like the Iron Giant? The same thing? Iron Lad is like Iron Man, but he's chrome and fire truck red. Oh, okay. It's a Marvel thing. Honestly, I should probably know that, considering that I play Marvel Snap. I think that he's actually coming soon. I think I remember seeing Iron Lad coming to Marvel Snap pretty soon. Or like he's in the... I think he's like listed in a few places. Like he's been discovered in the code or something, you know? Nice. Well, there you go. That definitely is everything. Oh, right, there we go then. That is the world's longest outpost phase complete. Cool, well that's really good. So we know we've got our characters set up, we've got some items, we've got our stuff chosen. I guess I need to, I don't need to put anything in the deck, right? There's no events or anything, I don't think so. This time around, no. So we're all, we're basically good to go. So next time we will go and do that scenario, what's it, 65, was it? But essentially it would be good to go and do the, that retirement mission, 65. But if we go and do that retirement mission, because it will be most likely a long calendar event. So it will go on for a long time. 65, yeah, a strong foundation. Because as we have found out before with previous retirement missions, this game will basically take 15 scenarios to retire. Like, they are pretty good at forcing that, of around 15 scenarios. So when you have something like this, the chances are they're going to go, okay, here's a mission, then in 4 weeks time here's another mission, and then in 4 weeks time here's another mission, and then in 4 weeks time here's the conclusion. Like, that's kind of like what I'm expecting it's going to be. So we should prepare ourselves for that. That personal quest is epic. We'll see. I hope so. But I'm super excited to play these two characters. Thank you all so much for choosing the Prism. I think probably, I mean, I was happy to play any of them, to be honest. But yeah, I'm happy with that. It's going to be a challenge, that's for sure. I think with previous characters, I've probably, like, I feel like with the Deep Wraith, I had the ability to kind of chill out a little bit and maybe not, like, I didn't have to like lean really hard into the character's mechanic, because like I had some really good burns to just fall back on anyway. So I could kind of like touch the mechanic here and there, like use it a little bit, but then maybe not on every scenario. And I had a pretty good system for just being able to just deal damage out and not really have to engage loads and loads with the mechanic. I just had a good, like, play good cards, profit type strategy that was fine for many of the scenarios. Whereas I think going forward, Trapper I had to play right, but you kind of have to with that character. I feel like both of these characters are really going to ask me to do their mechanics, so that's good. Synergy-wise, feels like it's relatively low on the surface looking at it, but actually I think if you look at the fact that we're going to put loads of hazardous terrain down, I mean, all of my summons are going to be immune to it, but the enemies are not. We're going to potentially create this giant shooting alley where there's going to be a bunch of hazardous terrain, and there's just going to be our turrets just blasting them left and right. So could lead to some very interesting kind of scenarios where we just absolutely just decimate the enemy before they even get a chance to do anything or get anywhere near us, especially against melee enemies. Ranged enemies will be tricky. Melee enemies, though, we should have a very strong party comp against that now. So I will be back on Wednesday. So stream again on Wednesday, same time, same place. I started an hour earlier today just so that we could try and fit this in, and we did need that extra time, so that's good. So I'll be starting at my regular time on Wednesday, so 8 p.m. GMT. I'm not quite sure what that is in American time, but I think it's like 1 or 2 p.m. or something for you guys. Yeah, but super looking forward to it. Super looking forward to this new pie. It should be a lot of fun.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh,
Scout
that's the blessing from Kelp. That's the blessing from.
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?